100 contests will be won by the boys from Turkey. So gamblers taking the other 95, but either way, tell you what, blustery game, new ball in hand, a fiery young paceman. I wouldn't be surprised if Alton Turkish puts on a sterling display here in the field. They're a lively bunch, led obviously by Gorka and Alton. He was man of the match in their first game today. Excellent display with both bat and ball, and a superb catch to send the big hitting Melia Staniksai back to the pavilion earlier on. So here we are, the start of Game 4. It's Super Sunday, European Cricket League. And right in the block hole. Good ball. Diving stop. That's the enthusiasm that we've come to see, and it's the skipper, Alton, up there at mid-off, putting his body on the line for club and country. A nice start from Dalian. In the first game, really generates some good pace for a young man. He's still at school, still growing. He's an impressive athlete already. Spins in. Daji didn't have the greatest start to his tournament. Nicking off to Simpson on the first ball of today. Second ball he faces, it's wide down the leg side, so let's see if he can finally face a valid delivery. Coming around the wicket now. That's a good ball, bit of shape. And Daji, well, faced a good first nut in the game earlier on. And then the young man, I think maybe the umpire, Tyrone, just having a word with him about running straight down the wicket, but that's a superb delivery. Came back late, the hair flowing, the swing, such good aesthetics. Absolutely loving it. One just slightly down the leg side. It's rattled Daji, I think. It's the extra pace and a late swing from Dalian. Gamblers squad looking on. First up winners today. Good start from Dalian. Only the first 3 balls down, only 2 runs. She said he's got a bit of shape coming around the wicket. Daji still to score. Look at that volume. Becoming a cult hero, Dalian. Another good ball, popped up, fielder goes back. Oh, he's dropped him. Would have been a very good catch. An exceptional piece of bowling from the young speedster. Daji didn't get the front foot and the weight going towards the ball. Pops it up. And I tell you what, Domez showed himself to be a good fielder in the first game. That one just out of reach. Could have been an amazing start for the Turks. Oh, he's angry. Drops one in short, and unfortunately Golia swings him over the boundary to the leg side. Absolutely no shortage of action when this young man, Kursar Dalian, is in the game. Really tried to dig that one in. Almost got up a reach out of Golia, but he was good enough. Another short one, that's not a good delivery. And Golia rocks on to the back foot. Swings it away behind square leg, and consecutive boundaries to finish that over. And well, no shortage of action. Should have been a wicket, and the Gamblers, after the end of the first, 13 for none. And good time to introduce Mr. Maximo to the commentary box. Didn't have it all that first over.
I mean, gotta say, Dalian's my new favourite player. Pretty even, by the way. These are the stats over the matches so far. 31 matches, and 15 wins batting first, 16 batting second. I don't think it matters so much. Just whoever plays better wins. Scores batting first, the average is 127. I think that Gamblers will be fancying a few more than that. It's a good ball to start the next over by Durmaz. Yeah, that would have been an incredible catch if Domez had been able to hold on to that. And Darji would have had a pair on opening day instead. He does have a run, but he's been far from convincing so far.
Certainly not. Good start from Durmaz too. Pushing the ball across outside off stump.
Now full toss. That's well stopped. And then shapes to flick. The work of Ozdemir. Entertained us with a late boundary earlier on. I suppose the question here is, well, two questions really. How many can the Turks chase? And is this already too many? But Gamblers hoping to make the most of the 10 overs. They're chasing the octopus on day one, all 8 points. As this is hit down the ground and is hit pretty well. That's just going to pop inside the boundary. Cuatro Carreras, Darji with his first boundary of ECL 24.
Well, after what you could say is a fairly shaky start to his tournament, Darji will be very happy to finally see one fly to the boundary. The bat turned in his hand, didn't really time it that well. It wasn't actually a bad piece of bowling from Damaz, but struck down the ground. Hard to protect.
Afyon Karaisa, they're just action-packed though, aren't they, in the field? Keep your eyes peeled. Had a fair bit of this though in the first game of the day, particularly left-handers, a lot going down the leg side.
Yep, nod of approval there from Joe Foster, happy with his call. Bustling bowler, Durmaz, isn't he? Solid set of a man. Not really moving it as much as some of his compatriots, but really hits the crease hard.
Got up to 7% now, slowly building. This next one down the leg side, and that man again. Ozdemir comes in and does the fielding. Yeah, I suppose Afyon Karaisa, one of the big questions we had is how Gökhan Alta is coming in so late. He's listed to open this game. I hope he does. I just think that he provides that crucial bit of experience around there. I can also understand he wants to give some of the younger players a go and give them that experience. I still don't think they'll have the problem of people not batting enough or having enough opportunities. That's a genuine beamer, and it's going to hit Kuldeep. Now, if this was baseball, it would be time to clear the benches, but here at the European Cricket League, there's a quick apology. You like to see that. And Goliath, they can probably take it, that frustration on the free hit, which will come at him next ball.
Yeah, he's coming through with enough pace, Durmaz, to cause a bit of damage. Nasty ball, but sure, Goliath will get that sorted out once he gets back to the change rooms, and a bit of pressure back on the Turkish paceman now.
Probably should have hit it into another galaxy, but he'll get another opportunity. Free hit coming up. And he hits it pretty well. That one is going to just carry the rope. Maximo! 6 to Kuldeep. Goliath player that we saw making a bunch of runs for the Portuguese national team last time we saw him on this ground.
Certainly has. Batted with immense quality. Finds the boundary there easily. This game for the Turkish team is all about just small incremental improvement. We've already seen it, reducing the number of extras so far. 2 opening bowlers have done a pretty decent job, and continuing that, beats Golia outside off stump. Nice finish to the over for Damaz. He goes for 13. So a pair of 13s to start things, 26 for 9 after 2.
Yeah, look, it's a competitive start. I think just looking at this Afyon Karaisa SHS team so far, their batting and fielding is a bit ahead of where their bowling and fielding is a bit ahead of where their batting is at the moment. You see that they're the only team without a point in this series so far. Realistically, I'd love to see them just be able to start by picking up a point in the game. If they can't get a win, to at least get a point, get off the 0. Gamblers, they had a 3-1 win earlier on. That was against Old Victorians. They won't quite do the octopus, but they'll go close if they can pick up 4 this game.
Good ball from Koskin, just drilled out, not backed up.
Yeah, misfield actually caused them to run, and I thought that might be an opportunity for a run out. Got to say, I'm still super surprised that they don't go back to the opener, because Dalian, I thought he bowled a good first over. It was moving that ball around. They have made a change, and Koskin is bowling over number 3.
Disappointing that misfield too, brings Golia back on strike.
Full toss, belted. over mid-off. Hold on a second. Malfunction there. My afternoon siesta actually at the moment. Nothing's really working, but it's pretty much working for Gamblers. 4 runs.
Now that we've got a little bit of time while that ball's chased down, Vinny. A great bit of trivia from our very own James Cantor during the break between games, tracking down what the name Afyon Karahisar actually means.
That's Beamer time again. Great fielding. It will be a no ball for High. I think Collier didn't really want to give up the strike, but he has to. The single, so Darji will face the free hit.
Not a bad result for the Turks. So the name, Afyon, so it's actually 3 separate words. So Afyon means opium. Apparently opium was grown freely in the area. Kara is black and Hisar is castle. So it is opium black castle when it's literally translated.
I mean, I think that's a great opportunity for a team nickname. The Afyon Karahisar Opium Black Castles. And be an interesting kit to design.
What was it? Harold and Kumar go to White Castle.
That's true,
back in the 90s. We might be able to have a Turkish variation on that.
How many Oscars did that win in the end? I can't remember.
Nominated for a lot. I'm just not sure it actually came through with the gong.
It's all political. But that's pretty well bowled by Koskar. Yeah. I think a lot of the youngsters, they're fit young guys. You know, they practice their bowling a lot. Obviously, the technical of the batting and being able to deal with tough bowling is another thing that can take a bit longer. But as far as the bowling goes, I like their rhythm. The ball's coming through nicely. Actually doing a little bit with this new ball as well. So, Gamblers, they're off to an okay start, but maybe not quite the pace they wish they were going so far.
No, I agree with you, Vinny. Actually, it's been the bowling has been impressive from Afyon Karahisar. As you say, most of them generating pretty reasonable pace, and I think as they go on, the accuracy is getting better and better. That's an excellent delivery from Koskar.
Yeah, Darji 7 off 10. Well, there's Tyrone, and he's got the old umpire cam on. Now, we don't have that hooked up to our broadcast, but he's just collecting some footage. Don't know if he's having to wear it as some sort of punishment, but Tyrone, just showing a little bit of innovation there. I think we have had the camera out there before. I think we've actually had it on a batter before in the ECL. Chris Williams back in 2022 of Tunbridge Wells. Yes, another good delivery up in the block hole. Some hesitation. They go through with the single in the end. Nice direct hit, but batter safely home. Darji, can't really blame him for that one, but yes, certainly not the strike rate he'd be hoping for at the top of the order.
Right, probably happy to keep him out there for the moment. Tell you what, they'd love to get a dot ball here, keep Galea off strike the next over. I'll tell you what, number 1, Ozdemir, isn't he a live wire in the field?
Yeah.
Already took a magnificent catch in the first game today.
Bit of a ball magnet
there.
Yeah, it was a catch and bump job, wasn't it? On Orhan. Down the leg side. And yeah, just noting Orhan has been not able to take the field in this 11 this game. He's on the bench.
Not surprised.
Yes, he did cop fair bit of Ozdemir, didn't he, in that collision catch. Anyway, it's the end of the 3rd over, and the score is 35 without loss. And look, credit to Afyon Karahisar here, because they're keeping Gamblers to a below average run rate at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think they're showing the optimism of this team. And that man, Ozdemir, is still wearing his shades despite the fact that we've got cloud cover around a lot of the ground today. So he's hoping for a bit of that sunlight to come out and warm things up. Certainly a relatively chilly afternoon, particularly with still a hefty breeze coming through. But the bowlers from Afyon Karahisar using that to great effect at the moment. Sinard coming into bowl.
No, misses the pitch first time. And I think this bounced after the stumps, but they'll have a look at it. I think this is going to be a wide. It's a wide if it bounces after the stumps. Yeah, just after the stumps.
I don't know if we've discussed it. I really don't like that rule. I don't think you should be saved from the no ball by the fact that the ball is so bad that it actually doesn't pitch before the stumps.
I mean, I actually am the other way, because I don't think it should ever be a no ball just for being off the pitch. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clearly after the stumps, but I can show you one more time if you like. Nope, that's not the right call, but...
Wow. No, actually, it's been declined, so...
Yeah, well, I'll get this right.
Quick gesturing.
3rd time lucky. Yeah.
We're going to analyse that view in a moment, Maximo. But let's see what happens on this second ball.
It's all right. Sometimes people don't see things the same way, but I think we're all right. Look at that very short mid-on. Oh, well, it's out. That's out. It wasn't a free hit, and so it works out just right. And Darji is unhappy. First day comes to an end with 8 off 12. And the Gamblers lose their first. It's 36 for 1. Well done to Sinar with the wicket.
It's Turkish delight for Sinar and his Afion Karahisar teammates. They are delighted to send the opener back, although a man who was chewing up a fair few balls, so might have been in their interest to keep him out, but very safely taken catch. That's a good pair of hands, Domez. We saw him in the first game. Very, very good in the field, and his teammates are pretty pumped. And tell you what, started off a tough tournament for Mayank Darji. 8 off 12. First wicket down, 36.
Yeah, well, it's a tough opening day, but that's the nature of being a bat, isn't it? And, well, you know, good all-round cricket.
So can we come back to this discussion? So I don't disagree with you on a lot of levels, but I can also see the concept of a no ball is needed to protect potential dismissals coming from a bounce off the wicket.
I don't just come to you with problems. I'll come to you with solutions.
Go for it.
Okay. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, well, there's 2 batters that want to face this next ball. Only one of them will get the right. Kumar, he said, I faced it. I'm going to stay right here. And then both batters yelling to talk to each other, and they can't hear each other over their own voice. But we've got another free hit coming up. I'll tell you what I think. I think that it's too much of a penalty. If you've missed the pitch, you're not getting an advantage. But I do also understand that the reason that no balls off the pitch are called no balls, occasionally when you've got synthetic surfaces, it can hit the edge of the pitch, come back and hit the stumps or hit the batter, and it's not a wide, right? So I get that. As this free hit is lifted up and away, and I think it's going to be just inside the boundary. It'll be 4 runs, and Kumar does get the free hit and gets off the mark. Yeah, so for me, I would just make the rule that it's a wide, unless it hits the batter, the bat, or the stumps, in which case I'd say then you can call it a no ball. But I've seen a lot of cricket now, and I don't actually recall an instance where any of that's ever happened. But you still have that as a backup, because especially, you know, we do a lot of women's cricket, we do a lot of juniors cricket as well. Edged and 4. It's a good effort from the keeper, Feliz, but he feels nothing but fresh air up and to his right. 4 more for Kumar. Yeah, so I just think sometimes they might produce their best delivery, and it might happen to come on a free hit, and it might hit the stumps, they might get the wicket, and I feel like they earned it. That's just what I feel. But because I get what you're saying. But the reason the stumps are used as the marker, not even the crease, because in the theory is it could hit the edge of the pitch and then still come back on the stumps. But once it's past the stumps, it's not a danger. Anyway, next one is going to be glanced away. That's the area formerly known as Cockney Corner. Today it's just the grassy knoll, and Kumar gets 3 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries that aren't beamers.
Yeah, unfortunate for the bowler Sinar. He's actually come up with some good deliveries this over. Unfortunately, just lost control down the leg side.
Good to see the comment section rallying around Darji, hoping that he can turn things around. So let's hope that he can make a bit more of an impact tomorrow. Right, here we go again.
Let's hope this one's got full pass.
I reckon this is bounced like bang on line with the stumps, and I reckon Tyrone, he's thinking the same thing. Let's have a look.
Oh, I'd say that's just before.
I would say it's not good for the bowler, because that's going to be, I think that's going to be a no ball. Here we go. Here it comes. Yeah, just before. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a great example why I think this is a ridiculous concept that you delineate here, because the fact that this is punished as a no ball, but one going 2 inches further than that is just a wide, makes absolutely no sense to me.
Theoretically could, it's still going, the stumps are still forward of the ball. I mean, I'm just saying wide is. I told you, I'd go the other way. I'd say, let's just call that a wide. Because now, Kumar getting another free hit, and he's just going to put it up into the sky. Well, it's a proper finger breaker. 6 people are going to come around this one. Great catch, but it doesn't count for Feliz, who really puts one for the highlight reel. If you play that with the Titanic music instead of my commentary, that's certainly one for the social media. But instead, it's just going to be a high single.
Yeah, let's look at the positives. That was a really good grab from the wicketkeeper. tracked it well and a little dive towards the end. Excellent stuff from the man with the gloves.
Yeah, well, the laws of the game, I don't know if they have been translated into Turkish, but I love the catch, love the effort, love the enthusiasm of these players. Down the leg side now, this will be called a wide.
A bit of work from the keeper as well, actually. Tricky on those half volley bounces. I've watched Sinart's come up with some really good deliveries in this over, intermingled with loss of control on a few occasions. It's like Aaliyah just hasn't had much of the strike in recent times. That one's cracked, and cracked for a Maximo. Finished the fourth over. Lovely shot. Mim raced along to 28 off 10, and Gambler's starting to move along. 58 after 4 overs.
Yeah, nice shot. And yeah, look, still, it's a respectable scoreline for Afyon Karaisa, but you feel like that they might just be losing a bit of control this innings. Having said that, you've got someone like Alton still to bowl. 14.5 and over. Certainly there's been tournaments here, particularly international tournaments, where that's been a par run rate. Anyway, time for the start of a new over. Let's see if Gamblers can take things up a notch. Nice, the full toss, hit just down to the grasp of the fielder. That's Yandalyan down there, Maximo! And 6 runs to start the 5th over. Yeah, I remember looking at the Turkish domestic competition, and there were some pretty interesting scorecards in there. I mean, Afyon Karaisa, I know they're struggling here, but they actually won a game by 13 wickets in the domestic league, and I don't think many teams could say they've done that, as Kumar pushes this down the ground for 1.
Quite an achievement indeed. Maybe the Turkish reinterpretation of cricketing rules, or maybe as they've penned it in Turkish.
Maybe you have to do the conversion. But anyway, Golia, 28 off 10. Runs at this and pounds it into the gap. That's going to be 4. So good placement there from Kuldeep. He moves into the 30s.
Lovely shot from Kuldeep. Certainly, he's a man who can take apart some very good bowling attacks, and he's absolutely feasting on this lineup from Afyon Karaisa. So he's got shots all around the ground. 32 off 11. That's not a bad ball. That is a good catch, and that's good cricket all round. Yilmaz hit a length just on off stump. Golia tried to drag it to the leg side, and they've continued to show a lot of safe hands.
Yeah, and once again, it's their bowling and the fielding. It's a bit ahead of where their batting is right now. It shouldn't stop them enjoying these wickets and enjoying these moments out here on the Cardamom Oval. And once again, we see the ball put in a dangerous area. Goliath's never had a lot of the strike, could never really get into his innings there, could he? And he'll be the second to fall. Just drag that one a bit more towards the fielder. First one went into the gap. That one is safely into the safe hands of Don Metz, who has 2 catches now and it's 69 for 2.
Yeah, racking up some fantasy points out there. The man at mid-wicket, very, very safe in the field. So Kuldeep goes 32, scores 69 for the loss of the 2 wickets so far. It does bring Karambir Singh to the crease. Played very well in the first game today. Oh, superb shot straight down the ground. Despite the height of the young fast bowler, Dalian, nothing he can do. And it's a lovely strike to get off the mark.
Yeah, really lovely strike. And to be honest, I think Karambir is the answer at the top of the order for Gamblers. I know they've gotten away with it so far, but I just think you want to get him out there as soon as possible. Him and Golia, even though they're both right-handers, I just think that's the way I'd be going. As next one slides into the pads, just going down the leg side. It'll take us to the 5 over mark. And Gamblers, after winning the toss and electing to bat in Group C Match 4, 75 for 2. After 5, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Super Sunday of action. And starting Group C today, of course, 5 new teams to the competition. And yeah, we're talking a bit about the Turks here and the fact that they're one of the teams added to the competition in 2022 when we really had this big expansion, starting with 8 countries represented. Now we have 33 countries represented. It's a real kind of smorgasbord of cricketing talent from all around Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as we said during the first match, the Turkish guys, actually one of the benefits of our game going to so many different parts of the world is just seeing how others who don't grow up with that sport get to interpret it.
Here we go.
Getting to see a big Evan. Has he taken it? He's almost stumbled into one of the most remarkable catches you will see during ECL 2024. But the young burgeoning superstar, Kursad Dalian, the man with the best hair in Kardama, he has taken a cracking grab, and that is another spectacular wicket for Afyon Karahisar.
Well, that's a brilliant catch, sliding in. Wow, the electric slide. Looks like a guy that might have suffered an electric shock throughout his childhood years, but there's something electric about this catch. Look at this, gets right under it, and he takes it sliding in. He was not going to let that ball hit the ground. He put his whole body between the sky and the earth. And a moment to remember for Dalian as Ankush Kumar goes for 20, and it's 75 for 3.
Oh, it's a smile that's going to sell 1 million cricket bats in Turkey in the coming decade. Mark my words. Young Kursad Dalian, isn't he having some tournament?
This one cracks him a little bit for room. Simranjit comes in at number 5. Similar position we saw him come in last time. Sometimes he made the right choices, sometimes he didn't, but did make a decent contribution with the bat.
Good to see Gökhan Alta with the ball, leaving himself until the 6th over. Shot out of control, but it's probably going to spin towards the rope. Unlucky. Alta drawing a false shot again.
Yeah, it's a bit of bad luck there. Again, part of it is maybe inexperience at this level and knowing where to put your fielders. I can understand maybe you don't have the third back. There's not a lot of pace on the ball in the first place, but it goes to the boundary that was unattended.
That's swatted across the line.
Guess who? No, he's over the line. Then bounces it back in, thinking maybe a double dribble would distract the umpire, but it will be 6 runs. Again, can't deny the fielding skills from this Turkish side, though. The result will be a maximo.
I was just thinking before, I can't remember the last team to take so many stunning catches in such a short space of time. They're very good in the field.
All right, there's another one up in the air. Can anyone reach this? It's going to spin away. Also well handled down there. Sina that does the fielding.
Yeah, as you said, Vinny, read the spin well. Ball wasn't controlled. Alta drawn a couple of false shots from Singh in the last 3 deliveries. Final ball of his over. Nicely bowled. Looked like it was the off spinner, but it's just carried through to the keeper, gone straight, dot to finish. It's a pretty promising display from the Turks, from Afyon. Gamblers 87 for 3, 24 balls left. If they can get Singh out here, they might be a chance to keep them under the 130 range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with the catching, the athleticism, the kind of natural ball skills you put it, not necessarily cricket skills, but just natural ball skills. I remember Zayton Brenda Zaffa, they took a long time before they were able to hold one when they were here in 2022. Now, we're going to get Murat Yilmaz to bowl the next over. It's out. He's pitched up, he's got it straight, and well, he loves it, and we love that they're having their moments out here on the hallowed turf of the Kardama Oval. It's immediate strike for Yilmaz as Big Daddy. That is Karanbir Singh. Well, I've seen him in the same team as the Big D, but right now he's going to have to do the big walk up the stairs. Back pad, that ain't missing. That's very good bowling. Good decision as well. Tyrone will have the video evidence to back it up. Right now, Karanbir walks back for 17, and it's 87 for 4.
Yeah, huge wicket for the boys from Afyon. Karanbir Singh, if he had stayed out there for that 4 overs, could have been some damage inflicted. Massive wicket, and once again, Yilmaz bowling stump to stump. He's been very good with the ball in this game. And brings out Deep Corker, the batting crease, but tell you what, Turks are in this contest.
Wow, that's a ball that hits the shoulder of the bat. I'll get 1. Kokar turns for 2, but never really leaves the circle. Yeah, well bowled. So I know the kit's always polarising when it's busy like that. I think Chris Ward saying it's a bit like a bucket of spilt paint. It's another way to look at it.
I'd prefer a more complimentary description.
It's not a criticism, just an observation. This one turns away. Well, there's two fielders there. Outfielder wears it on the head and heads it across the line. Hopefully he's all right. Might have been, oh, it's a bit of a nasty one. I mean, he wasn't actually all the way back on the boundary there, Durmaz. And yeah, just misjudged it. It's good effort. He comes down and he swipes at it. You'll see this. They've got the infielder there, the outfielder, who is Durmaz. He actually, unfortunately for him, what happens is he hits the glasses and maybe offers and then throws the glasses off. So maybe that absorbs some of the impact. Certainly hope he's all right.
Probably not a bad thing that he had the shades on. Could have copped a bit of a grisly seam in his eyeball.
That was a good replay. You can see exactly where it went wrong. And getting the 12th fielder ready. And I think, well, guess who's coming on? It's Orhan, who earlier on was a bit of collateral damage in a pretty exciting catch from Ozdemir. Luckily, he's a safe distance away this time. Ready to come in the over. Oh, well bowled again. To close the gap. Keeps it to 1. So, yeah, it's a fun game to watch, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, the expected score, 144. As I said before, getting rid of Karambir, they've got dreams of keeping them to 130.
And remember, they're 20 runs better off than what the computer gave them credit for. I think it's 163, 162 expected score. They've got it down the 140s, low 140s. It's well bowled as well.
Yep, hugging that wide line. Smart stuff from Yilmaz. It's been one of the best for Athion in this game. Tell you what, they may really try to rush Durmaz back out there. Expect they'd love him to bowl a second over. Hopefully he's getting some treatment.
It's a really good over. It's going to cost him 4, but Yilmaz has bowled a good spell. And it's been an unlucky one. Thick outside edge, Coker gets a lucky 4, and at the end of 7, Gamblers 97 for 4. Of course, lots happening on the European Cricket Network, and we'll be back for Championship Week. In fact, we'll never really leave because literally that will start the day after the Group G final. 2 names on the qualifiers list. Chinabresha won Group A, Hornchurch won Group B. And the top team after the group stage, so far, they've both gone home. Skanderborg dominated in Group A, and Wimbledon topped Group B. Well, they were level on points with Hornchurch. It shows you anything can happen, and probably will on finals day. Alton comes back for a second over, and this is skied. Another catch for the young man, and he'll take it. Well done, Dalyan. This time, more regulation, and Gökhan Alton will break through with his second wicket. I really like what he's bringing to the table. And Gamblers lose a 5th wicket at the start of the 8th. That's 97 for 5.
Nice piece of bowling from Alton. Gives the ball some air, causes it to be hit straight up. But make no mistake, in a blustery day, that's a good catch from the young man, Dalyan. As you see, drew the false shot. Ball just hitting high on the bat. Looked like the ball swung a bit late, and he adjusted nicely.
Yeah, good
Had
technique.
the hair as backup as well.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's got the technique, and there you go, Alton in the foreground. He's celebrating. Simranjeet not really celebrating after being dismissed for 6 at 97 for 5. Well, Terry is in the comment section, and he's thinking a bit like me because I mentioned it looks a bit like a Pro Hart creation, and he said something along those lines.
What was the slow? Was it Mr. Hart? What a mess.
Very good. It was for a vacuum cleaner, I think, or a carpet cleaning agent. As Shader Rahman comes out to bat in the number 7 spot. Yeah, Mr. Hart, what a mess. Classic.
They're pretty tasty figures at the moment. Alton, 2 for 13.
The janitor.
Clearly an accomplished cricketer.
He's got 5 wickets for the day. Can thank his fielders, though. He took a pretty good one himself. Gökhan. There's Coker. Glances this away. Fielder goes to try and kick it away from his teammate, but luckily he doesn't. Garisa, well, they've doubled their chances. They started 5% chance, now they're 10%. Just imagine a world where they stagger to 110 to 120 and Alton comes out and just lights it up.
Love to see it.
Oh! Oh, full toss, yeah. And then the old control with the right, pick it up with the right. Doesn't get the throw off, but just a single.
It wasn't his greatest ball, but not punished. That's the advantage of having a lot of the top order already dismissed. A guy like Galea is going to smash that for 6, but these two, going to be another chance as the man who's done so many Kevin Bacon from Footloose impersonations already during the course of the day almost pulls off another stunning catch.
There's 2 overs to go, and I think you've got to go back to Koskun, only went for 9. You've got to go back to Dalian. Just think he looks a likely character. Well, it's crowded over there. Tyrone almost gets sandwiched between 2 Turks. Thankfully, moonwalks his way out of it. If there was an incident, he would have had the dash cam to show what had happened. But in the end, I'll just get the single.
Almost looked like one of those crowded Turkish baths there for a moment.
Speaking from experience. What are they trying to say here? But, it has to be a single. I mean, they're getting the single here. I think they maybe want to check about the field. Tyrone's already talking about something even before he gets in the road. So I reckon this could be a no ball, and it might be for
above the waist.
Yeah, above the waist.
Unfortunate for Alton, just let a couple of full deliveries go through in the last stage of this over.
Okay.
Final ball under pressure with a free hit.
Now they're running hard here. Koga likes to run hard. Just don't think you'll find 2 here. Keeper saying a safe difference from the stumps as we get to the end of the 8th. And Gamblers 104 for 5. So hanging in there, Afyon Karaisa.
Turn up for the books here, Vinny. Good couple of overs here to finish. All I said, keeping it under 130 is probably that target for them, but they've really brought that run rate under control, and it's been wickets.
Yeah, wicket and over in the last 5 overs. So let's see who we got. Well, they are going back to Durmaz.
He's recovered from his blow.
That's good to see. That means that Orhan can take a seat again. So 9th overtime, and Durmaz once again gets the second. Slight miss hit. They only get 1. That's a brilliant effort so far.
Stopped the boundaries of late too, haven't they? Once again, the advantage of getting the lower order.
Well, yeah, they've got taken those chances, haven't they?
Up to 13% winning possibility.
Rahman's taking out the long handle here. Won't need to. And not handled cleanly. Gets a piece of it though, does the keeper, Feliz. Yeah, this is where I think you need to be a bit more flexible with your tactics. I mean, you got 3 bowlers to choose from that you're really looking at in Dalian, Durmaz and Koskun. Durmaz went for 13, so did Dalian. Koskun went for 9, but I just feel like Dalian and Koskun just seemed a bit more in control of where they were putting it. You see Durmaz sprays that one. Flicked away. Doesn't quite carry to Koskun. We'll just talk about him. They'll come back for 2, and they'll get there. Quick work from the keeper to get down the stumps, but they steal a second.
I've actually been pretty impressed with the wicket keeper so far, actually. The young man, Feliz. I think he's actually got quite a nice technique, soft set of hands.
So, yeah, he's got good reflexes, and it's never easy out there either with pitch probably having a bit more bounce than what he's kept on before. It's pretty smart to keep in the lid, by the way, if you're comfortable in it. I know some people might think it's a bit strange keeping back in the lid, but there's a few good reasons for it. Oh, well, this one does a bit of sideways on the field. Out now, he's got a race. And I think this is going to be 4 for a number of reasons. And I think even when he comes back to pick up the ball, he's got a foot over the line. So we'll see here. Well, yeah, well, that's the first reason it's 4. So we probably don't have to go any further. But good call by the officials getting that one right.
Durmaz just letting himself down, spraying one down the leg side.
And great catch, fantastic catch behind the stumps by Feliz. Well, you called it, Andrew Ryan, And right on cue, our man didn't let us down. He dives away to his right and takes a wonderful catch as Gamblers lose another wicket. It's 113 for 6.
Really good catch indeed. Vinny Sandhu, one of master keeper like yourself, would have been very impressed. Maz, a bit of extra pace, and that ball kicked off the surface and really flew through to the right-hand side of the wicket-keeper.
Pick apart the technique. First thing is he's got very good position in the first place. And look at the knees bent. So he's got a good kind of springboard. He's fairly well spread with his shoulders, slightly more than shoulder height. But yeah, look at that. Big catching surface. And sometimes you just got to get your mitts around it, and that's exactly what Feliz does there.
Almost, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a goalkeeper in his younger days.
Actually,
that movement to the right.
Getting big, wasn't he?
Yep, absolutely.
Great catch. Taking some great catches today, this team. Now, 2 to come in the over.
Expect that will probably be safe from the no ball perspective.
Yeah. Check this one out in the replay. How high is this one? I think it's just okay. He hits it just below the waist. It's already below the waist.
Good call, good call.
Worth a look though.
Dermaz, final ball.
All right, it's got to be another chance. Well, who wants it? We got Alton. Well, 2 fielders collide in the end. Will do that. It's another catch. Well, great work down there. It's Salih Elise that takes the catch. So a couple for Dermaz. I guess it works out in the 9th, all right. And Gamblers falling away a little bit in this innings. 114 for 7. And how good is this team catching today?
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Vinny Sandhu, Dermaz slapped it back in Vinny Sandhu's face after he was questioning being brought back on for the second over, but the stocky paceman, he is delivered for his skipper. And they are right in this contest, Vinny. If they can get Alton flying and get 1 or 2 to support him, this total is well within reach. This has been an excellent display from the Turks.
Yeah, well, look, in the end, he bowled a Gundy ball that went down the leg side, but the 7th ball of the over is the charm, and he takes his second wicket. He'll finish 2 for 23, and is the youngster Dalian to come back in the 10th over, and he's going to get drilled for 4, or is he? Well, he's just stopped that. Oh, I'd given up on it. Oh, that's close as well.
This is so much action in the one ball, so we've got a couple of things to check here, Vinny. It's actually the skipper, Alton, diving to his left.
And he's taken Dalian's position, but first let's see if it's a clean stop. I think it hasn't. Well, I think he's still touching the ball and he's over the rope. So I actually think that's going to be 4. Just for fun.
Shame.
Just for fun. I wouldn't mind seeing if it was out. Let's have a look. Would it have been out? Oh, that's close.
Just tell you what,
game
of inches, isn't
probably
it?
Just in.
Game of inches.
Ooh.
Go back to the delivery.
A really tough call.
Actually, pretty good ball from Dalian, but well struck from Sharma straight down the ground.
Oh, yeah, it was a really good shot. Yeah, fantastic effort from Alton. He's trying to stay in the contest. Afyon Karesa. Well, ball, good pace. This time's a bit too spicy for the keeper. Reckless throw. Should cause an overthrow and does. The result will be 2 byes on the ball.
Another pretty good piece of bowling. Saw Sharma trying to back away to the leg side, give himself some room, so he speared it wide of leg stump.
We saw the Turkish side last year, SML KSK, with some of the wildest celebrations we've ever seen. And judging by how hard they're celebrating the catches, and so they should, by the way. Imagine if they could pinch a win here or in any match during this ECL. Will be scenes. One's going to be called wide. Well, leaps before the ball gets to the stumps, and so perhaps just very confident the ball wasn't going to hit. Gets up running. The Gamblers, they're pretty experienced in the format. I think they play a lot of kind of 15 over cricket and stuff in Turkey.
Tell you what, just looking at this for this next ball, Dalian is bowling a good over. Batter Ashka is so deep in his crease.
2 feet in.
Nice piece of bowling again. I don't mind actually that low full toss late in the innings.
Dalian has got all the mechanics, but he's just still doesn't have the consistency. You can see starting very late in the crease. Yeah, it's just showing that he's trying to get the best look possible. So I think the temptation for Dalian is probably to try too many things. I think just try and get the ball going exactly where you want it. But yeah, he's built to be a fast bowler, isn't he? This time he does go short, and he's going to get a wicket. And that's Alton out there. Well, that guy's got sticky hands today. He's in the hot spot. He's not letting his team down. The Gamblers have lost 8 now. It's 1-2-2 for 8. Still 2 balls to go in this first half.
Continuing a fabulous day in the field. As you say, Domes just looked safe as houses out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that's the first up scalp for the young paceman. Dalian has bowled very, very well. Well-deserved wicket. And part of an inspired performance with the ball and in the field for Afio and Karisar. They're putting themselves right in the mix in this second game for them. European Cricket League 2024.
Hey, Dalian, he probably gets away with one a little bit there. I don't think that's probably the... Well, I know it's not the right length to bowl at this stage, but hey, he deserves it. Couple to come as Cambodge gets a hit at 10. He can still hit it though. Oh, well, he will hit it, and he's going to get 4. So it'll be no ball plus 4. And Cambodge gets a gift, and he'll get a free hit. Dalian again, that's that inconsistency and that's inexperience probably. As Cambodge does well to get their hands out in front. Takes one hand off the bat, potentially in panic. As free hit to come.
Such a shame, Vinny. He bowled a good over up until that stage. Just lost a touch of control. The exuberance of youth trying to send the ball down at high velocity.
Yeah, it's the old no look, protect yourself shot. But anyway, we got 2 to come still. That's the thing. If you can iron out those little wrinkles in the game, then he's going to be twice as good a player he is already. Just see that potential there. See the enthusiasm there as well in Dalian, don't you? Now he misses out. Might as well run. They do. I think of 2, but I don't think it's there in the end. Dalian not able to control it, but we've got the last ball coming up. Sharma will face it. Come on, Sharma, who's on 5, and it's 128 plus this.
Final ball. There's been no shortage of action again.
We don't see Sachin with the bat. Not often you see a Sachin batting 11, but that's the case.
Disappointing.
Goes for it high, and there's no fielder back there. It probably wouldn't have mattered because that's gone all the way. Maximo! Sharma finishes things with a bang, and Gamblers finish on 134.
Pretty decent shot, that. It wasn't the worst ball from Dalian. A little bit wide of off stump. Yeah, the opportunity for the big man Sharma to spread his arms. Got the levers out, sends it over the long off boundary for a Maximo, but that was a very good performance after a few runs were flowing early off the bat of the Gamblers' batters. So for the Turks from Afio and Karisar to keep them to 134 for 8. That's actually a really good bowling performance. And once again, exemplary stuff in the field. Their catching is simply sensational.
It was great. They take 7 catches. There were 9 catching opportunities. 7 were taken in that 10 overs. So Afio and Karisar, well, they're certainly bringing some richness to this ECL, aren't they? And you see so many youngsters out there. This guy continues to impress us. Early on, it was looking like it could be a bit of a rough one as Kuldeep Golia went about his work. Darji, still no luck for him in the series. I wonder if his time's numbered at the top of the order after failing to fire on day 1. But once again, it was, you couldn't take your eyes off the action kind of stuff as people were flying all around this field to reel these wickets in. 7 catches taken in innings. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, 7 catches, and a lot of them really quite high degree of difficulty as well. That man out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, Anil Donmez, he showed he's got a very secure pair of hands. A trifecta today. And they took good catches early on as well. And they just simply, that's a good example there. The young man Dalian just get into good position. They give themselves every opportunity, move well in the field, and just a really good performance all round. That was part of an excellent over from Murat Yilmaz, celebrating hard, but it was a well-deserved leg before call. An excellent piece of bowling from him. A couple of instances, some loose stuff down the leg side, but also big improvement for the first game in terms of just not giving away so many extras through no balls and wides. And ultimately, that more disciplined bowling performance just created the extra chances for them. Valiant, a couple of skied balls went in his direction, and he safely pouched both of them. This is an example of the gusto that they field with. Unfortunately, wasn't successful on that occasion, but excellent catch behind the stumps. Outcard Villiers, he's shown he's got plenty of promise as a wicket keeper. Moved like a goalkeeper to his right, pouched that in the gloves, and that was an excellent dismissal. Also part of a pretty good second over for Durmaz, who came back after an injury earlier on and bowled very, very well in support of his captain, continuing to take everything that came their way, continuing to issue some very, very good celebrations in the meantime as well, and they can be very proud of the effort that they put in this field, irrespective of what the final result is here. Don Mez catching his third of the day, and the arms go up, just all in a day's work for the mid-wicket fielder. He was pretty happy though, and unfortunately for the young paceman, he was smoked for a Maximo off the final ball of the innings, but nonetheless, great fight back from them. 8 wickets in the innings and keeping the powerful Gamblers batting lineup to 134 for 8. The big wicket, I think, in particular for them. Karambir Singh started 17 off his first 5 balls before Yilmaz had him out LBW. And Yilmaz also getting the big wicket of Kuldeep Galia. He looked pretty sharp with 32 off 12 at the top. Big question marks for Mayank Darji to see if he can get his tournament going. 8 off 12 after a first ball duck in the first ball of today's play earlier on. But that's an effort that the Turkish team, Afyon and Karahisar, can be very proud of. Good bowling all round for them. Kozgun pretty tight with only 9 off his over. Durmaz taking 2 wickets. Dalian once again showing he's got a lot of promise. And the skipper, Golkan Alta, 2 for 19. So very, very good stuff. And obviously Yilmaz taking the 2 big guns with his 2 wickets for 27. So plenty of highlights again from this Afyon Karahisar team. They have brought a lot to this ECL 2024 tournament. And we will see if they can chase down a target of 135 off their 10 overs. It's going to require some big hitting, plenty of strokes to the boundary during the power play, but do not put it past this plucky outfit. Gamblers certainly under more pressure here than they probably expected coming into this contest. Please join myself, Andrew Ryan, and Vinny Sandhu for the second innings of this match. It's match 4, first day of Group C action here at the European Cricket League 2024. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans all across the world, thank you for joining us back here on the European Cricket Network. We are into Game 4 here on day 1 of Group C at the European Cricket League of 2024. And as the sun starts to think about dropping behind the mountains here in this gorgeous part of Andalusia, we have a cracking contest in play. The team from Afyon Karahisar fielded and bowled magnificently to really restrict the gamblers, who were around 75 runs after their first 5 overs. Kept them in check in the second half of that innings. Now can they do something with the bat? Coskin on strike. And he's up against Cambodge, a left-arm paceman who bowled very well in that first game for the gamblers. No Junaid Khan for the Portuguese side this time around, so Cambodge taking the first over. Going to be quite a task for the Turkish side to dull his impact. Just that short of a length spot outside off stump. It's where a number of their batters had issues in the first game. They haven't had it easy. Ali Usman come in and fire his left-arm bullets at them in the first over of the game against Alton. Earlier today, Cambodge showed he's got good control with both line and length and ability of swinging the ball. Ball's gone up. Keeper can't quite reach it. Nice piece of bowling from Cambodge. Really is the high bouncing balls that's creating the issues for Turkish boys so far. They've sent out Dalian, the youngster, who showed that he's got some skill with the bat as well in that first game. Partnered the skipper well for a period. Straight ball, inside edge onto the pad. Cambodge, all their dreams of that clattering into middle and leg stump at some stage. It's a good start from him though. 4 dots. Especially while this field's up. Afyon Karahisar's batting lineup has got to find a way to get the ball to the boundary. Slip in place. And it's not needed. Swinging into leg stump. Absolutely obliterates the willow. And unfortunately for Coskin, did what he was supposed to. Took a big swing at the foolish ball. Late swing has done him in, and the first wicket for Afyon Karahisar goes down. Not a run on the board, and only 1 ball left in the first over. And that dismissal gives us the chance to welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the microphone.
Yeah, thanks. And I know these bowls are going to be a bit of a handful. Cambodge pretty smartly attacks the 3 poles at the other end and gets a piece of 2 of them, I think. I've got to say, though, I talked a bit about the old gun to your head tactics early. I'll be getting a gun on Alton and marching him out to open the batting, because I still cannot believe he's not opening the batting. It's actually a bit irresponsible, I think, if I'm completely honest, because you're throwing players out there, and I know that's the way that they learn, but I think they could learn more with him out there to bat with. Do you know what I mean? As that'll be another regulation wicket made and to get going here in the second half of match 4. It's none for 1 as Yilmaz negotiates the first ball of Cambodge.
Negotiates, probably a pretty generous description. He tried to follow a late swinging ball outside off stump, but he survived.
I'm not saying he won the negotiation, but he was at the table. Anyway, 29 matches since the golden ball, and it would be pretty exciting if we could have one. They provide us plenty of excitement regardless. But yeah, I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Golden ball or Alton not going out to bat?
About Alton not opening.
Look, I can see some merit in saying your main run scorer, try to protect him from the big swinging opening bowlers, but also works if you've got people at the top of the order who can really get in behind the ball. And Dalian's given a good example of it. That just good high elbow, dealing with that short ball.
Yeah, Rahman
does show the difficulty, doesn't it, in particularly in countries where cricket's still a developing sport, of just how difficult batting is to coach and to learn as a skill.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Edged and gone. And it's going to be taken by Golia behind the stump. So that's 2 down before there's a run score. And that's the fan favourite, Dalian. And it kind of illustrates your point as well. I think one of the issues is that there's such a big downside to batting. The downside being that when you're out, you have to stop batting. In tennis or a game like that, you can hit a bad shot, you can pick up the racket, keep playing, and you just get more match practice that way when you're not so experienced in it. That one hits high up on the bat, maybe even the gloves. And Kuldeep, well, he does reach that one pretty easily. As it's going to be a shame as Kursat Dalian goes for a Derek, the second of the innings, and it's none for 2.
Yeah, I suspect Derek will be pretty disappointed to have to come out and screen with the young man going back there. Would have been nice to see him play a few shots, show his full repertoire, as Dermaz, who's already been struck in the head once while fielding. Let's see how he goes against the left-arm pace.
Well, that time just watches it take off. And look, Rahman is a guy who took a bunch of wickets when we saw him in Barcelona, first in the ECIs, but then also for Bengali, where he played in the European Cricket Series in Barcelona. And often you will see Golia up to the stumps to him, but I think it's smart on this pitch. I think there's more value being back. I think you're probably going to get a few more edges flying. I mean, those kind of balls are not particularly easy to deal with if you're up to the stumps. Up to the stumps is often about discouraging the batter to leave the crease, and also just about making them feel uncomfortable. So I think sometimes you have to ask yourself, okay, I probably can do this, but is it a wise move strategically? And I think Golia's made the right choice by keeping back.
I suspect that Dermaz isn't going to charge, and I suspect he's uncomfortable enough with the pace of Rahman going across the face.
Oh, he's lit it. I hope he's all right. Hope he's all right there. That one gets up. If anything, it wasn't that high, but he ducks. Remember, he already copped one when he was fielding. And he's just going to shake it off. They're going to have to check him out. That's the helmet, and to be honest, exactly where he caught one before. It's a nasty moment.
If this was junior cricket, his mum would probably be telling him what a dangerous game this is.
He's saying I'm fine. The thing is, I'm actually not so sure it's even above the shoulder. I guess it probably will be called that way. That's the grill doing its job. Is it that? I actually think it might be.
No, he got down to a very
not really even a
position.
Going to be the one for the over. Good news is you get to brush up on your Spanish when you get to hear the Spanish concussion test questions. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Let's try and work out what... okay, now this is it. Squeeze my hands. Will that work? Yeah.
Seems like an awkward wedding
this
ceremony.
This is where the language barrier is going to be... Yeah. Looks in the eyes. All right, good. He's passed it with flying colours. And yeah, credit to him. You know, he's gonna grab the bat. He's made of some tough stuff, isn't he, Zafir Dumaz? And he's gonna face up again. But yeah, gets down. We saw him trying to play this shot earlier, and actually plays it pretty well with the extra pace. And then we got to the good old-fashioned concussion test. And look, that is some kung fu grip right there, and that's how he's going to continue his innings. No runs, though, in the first 11 balls. Here's the last ball. Mercifully, it's pitched up to Durmaz, and that'll be the end of another wicket maiden. It's none for 2.
Yeah, it might be the last time he tries that crouching tiger hidden Afyon Karahisar batter technique, getting down low against a man the pace of Rahman. So gutsy stuff from Durmaz. He's not giving up whatsoever, although the 2 overs with no runs scored probably making this chase harder than they were hoping at this stage.
Yeah, at the moment, CC Academic even with the loss. They do get the point out of their game, so that's why they're ahead. Kambosh pitches up. That's 13 dot balls in a row. From memory, I think that ties the record of the amount of dots to start an innings.
To be fair, this has been some quality left arm fast bowling from the Gamblers. I think they really hit the spot, just moving the ball away from Turkish batters just outside off.
Great National Geographic work from our camera crew. As the next one will be cut off. And well, we saw the Gamblers win the 2022 series under lights at Coimbra, and well, that was famous for an innings that went 14 for 8 by Miranda Dragons. And that makes it 15 in a row. You know, this is where you don't want a wide to spoil your perfect run. As my old captain used to say, they're scoring with a fork.
Be fair though to Yilmaz, he's done well to get bat on ball the last couple of deliveries. It's good bowling from Kambosh.
Oh, pop back. It will be a sweet 16 got ball. And might be time for Kambosh to take the concussion test. I think I might have grabbed him on the bounce. He's gone down heavy on a knee as well. It's the last thing that Gamblers want at this stage. Let's have a look. What happened here?
I think as he's moved forward to take this catch, he's gone knees first.
Oh,
it's actually gotten stuck in the artificial turf.
Oh, no. I don't know if I want to see this one. Just, it collapsed under him. Yeah. Look.
I suspect he'll be okay, but it's probably just pushed the kneecap a touch and his whole weight went on the knee.
Wow. Medical staff getting a real workout here. And that doesn't, I don't know, something in there, something collapsed in the knee or something like that. It didn't seem that bad, but just the way he's acting here, I tell you what.
I suspect he's okay. I think if there was some serious stuff happening with the kneecap or with anything else, he wouldn't have been walking like he did immediately after. I think it's probably just the realisation of he's given that knee a fair bump with all of his weight coming down out of it, and well, there you go. He's good enough to continue the over. So I guess if you've got 1 for none after 1.4, you're probably keen to try to
go the perfect,
take those last two balls.
The perfect zero. Yeah, Magic Spray Rochelle getting a fair workout here on opening day.
And Mr. Stats, Mr. Maximo, have we ever had 2 overs for no runs?
Of course we have, and in fact it's been done by a Bulgarian club. The Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten, took none for none. It's the only example of none for none on the network. And he's 1 ball away from doing it, Kambosh. Yeah, we've also seen it happen actually in that night series in Portugal. In fact, that game I was just talking about, I think Conrad Greenshields did it. We had, I think, Krut Patel and Conrad Greenshields both on a hat-trick at the same time.
Krut Patel, what a name from Portuguese cricket.
I know you love it. Here we go on the perfect 12. And he'll do it, Kambosh. Well, he gets the magical donut. He's going to finish with 1 for none of his 2 overs. And history made, Rhino. It's the lowest power play ever because it's 0. We've done it. The previous lowest power play was 3 in the Czechia, and that is a record that will never be beaten. If it was the Australian phone number, it would be the emergency line 000. And Afyon Karasa, retire him and get Alton out there ASAP because, well, the only thing below 0 is negatives. And I tell you what, if the new batter comes to the crease, they might be -5 if it comes late. That will be added to the other innings. Anyway, it's 18 dot balls. 19.
I'm going to try to look at the positives here. It's only 2 wickets down.
They got wickets in hand.
Wickets in hand. And Karambir Singh, so they're up against one of the non-opening bowlers. Middle East still does send it down pretty swiftly.
Oh, well, that's a record that will never be broken. It might be equaled. I'm going to take you through some of the lowest power plays in a minute. Oh, yeah. I mean, probably let him have a second hit at this stage, wouldn't you? It popped up nicely. That's 20 dot balls. That's a third of the innings, and the score's 0. I'm actually, now you've got my interest. I mean, how long can this go? And we saw some crazy scorelines from the Turkish domestic series as well. All right. Come on, Karambir. Oh, he's nailed it. He's absolutely nailed it, and they're away. So the record will be 20 dot balls to start an innings. maybe until the 22nd century. But Durmaz, credit to him. He wore one on the helmet earlier. That time he goes on, plays his favourite shot, and he gets 4.
Well, Durmaz is sitting 4 off 7. So in terms of the strike rate, absolutely no issues from his side of things. Pretty good way to get your team off the mark.
He's got his eye in now. Maybe slightly further back in his head as well.
Run, boys!
When he runs are hard to come by. Although that was pretty much straight to Ankush Kumar. Should never have fumbled it in the first place.
That's a stunning misfield from a good cricketer. That has gone straight through like a croquet ball.
You probably didn't hear the commentary yesterday. I'm going to ask you a question. Trivia. All right, in the air. And should be taken. It's Kokar. No, he lets it go. And it's taken by Darji. And so that will be the 3rd wicket. It's going to be 4 and out for Durmaz. And runs do exceed wickets at this stage. In the 4th over, it's 4 for 3.
Yeah, shame he couldn't get himself off strike with that last ball. Good to see the George Clooney of Portuguese cricket pouching a good catch. He struggles with the bat, but showing he can contribute to the team in other ways. So the lone run scorer for Afyon Karahisar, fortunately making his way back to the pavilion. Good little knock from him, though.
Good call from Darji as well, because he had an easier angle. Kokar was going backwards, and Darji, he made the most of it. Well, he's certainly earned a sit down, hasn't he, as Durmaz. And once again, don't see Alton coming out. Got to question the sanity of it, really. Karambir, the first wicket, though, has been a bit expensive compared to his compatriots. That'll be the end of the over. And just the one scoring shot of that. At the end of 4, it's 4 for 3.
Pretty good defensive shot from Eliz on that last ball.
Yes, that's the other thing about batting. When you're learning your craft, you're generally taught to defend first and then open up into defensive shots. Well, that's a worm which certainly knows the earth pretty well. In fact, it doesn't get out of the ground for 3 overs, but just poking the head out like before a sunrise in the 4th over. Hey, so most top balls in an innings, what do you think it is?
Ooh.
Most top balls in an innings on ECN, 10 over innings.
31.
53 by the Miranda Dragons in that 14th.
Well, I guess actually if you're only scoring, what was it, 14? Was that off a completed innings?
Yes, it was. They lost 8 wickets. Also had the longest duck, none off 13 by Paul Stubbsy Stubbs.
Stubbsy.
A record that...
if Stubbsy's watching, a big hello to the absolute legend of Portuguese cricket.
That's not a bad shot, but it's going to be gone. It's an 8-ball globe for Yilmaz. He'll stay out of the record books. And the game's tied up at 4. It's 4 for 4.
Well, Stubbsy might have been getting nervous for a moment that his record was under threat.
There's been some times. Our very own Quinton Norris in Austria actually once made a 0 off 10.
Q.
Yeah, the big Q stick. And luckily he got out before it was in jeopardy. I mean, that's not the worst shot. I like that he comes out. He's trying to be proactive. But Darji finds the ball in his hands again.
8-ball stay at the crease for Yilmaz. Played a couple of nice shots. Unfortunately, couldn't get himself off the mark, but gives a first wicket for the tournament to Ashgar.
All-time worst power plays. In that game we're just talking about, actually, Miranda Dragons, they were 3, but with 6 wickets lost.
Really?
They were 3 for 6, as in 6 wickets down for 3.
And they managed to bat out the innings
despite
despite losing 6.
No, they shut up shop, really. There were a few fielders hovering around the 10 to 15 yards that found it hard to
Which year
penetrate.
was this?
This was the 2021 night series.
Ah, there you go. I was actually out there. Yeah. I remember them having a couple of dreadful games. I couldn't believe that that was still in the record books.
Yeah, that's been all. Darji has a look at this one as well. Knocks it away.
Good shot from Donmez, though.
Yeah, Donmez joins the scorers board. 5-4 as Afghan Karaisa retake the advantage.
That's not the most crowded Turkish bath at the moment, those with runs on the board, but they're cracking hard.
I should mention also that 3 for 3 was also a power play United versus Prague CC. Prague CC, we just saw them actually in Group B, and that was in Czechia in a semi-final as well. Ouch. On the 11th of June 2022. And that was after United actually beat Prague CC. It's actually the last time that Prague CC lost a game here on ECN cricket until they lost their first game of this ECL. So 3 was the worst power play, and now it's 0 forever.
Ooh, I think that might be out. I suspect Elise has dragged his foot forward. Sharp bit of work from Galea.
Yeah, Elise just couldn't deal with the bounce here. Askar has come into the lineup. Does he raise it? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. He's out anyway. So Kulip Golia does well to grab that one. And yeah, that will tie up the game. I mean, if it was a football game, it's quite the contest because it was 4-all, 5-4, now 5-5. And Elise is going to have to leave the arena. And well, that will take us to the end of the 5th over. And not often you say this, but it's 5 for 5 after 5. This is one thing though, Rhino. The amount of games we're doing, we have some quite extraordinary records. We've seen a team bowled out for 6. And not often that's in play, but I suppose they really fell away here. It's possible. But look, just quickly, we'd like to spend a moment to remind you about the Share the Meal initiative as part of the UN World Food Programme. They've helped millions and millions of people in need. So you can do your bit by scanning the QR code below and donating a meal. I know that I do it every time I have an empanada. Last night, I had to donate €9. Or 9 meals, I should say.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, I'm not going to match that. I will donate for every run that the Turks score.
That's good.
Avion Kerryhisar.
Oh, hello. That's a bit of National Geographic. Is that just a close zoom, or is that a giant bird that's going to devour us all? Alton comes in his favourite number 7 spot, finds himself at the non-striker's end.
Big swat down the ground. Probably won't be a single, but a good shot from Domez.
There's the go-ahead run. Has it 6 for 5 now. And Alton.
It's a good contest, that, actually.
I mean, someone needs to have a word to Gökhan Alton. He needs to open up. Okay, if he gets out, he gets out. I mean, you can't really have a worst-case scenario than where they're at in this game right now. Sachin gets a bowl. He's into the side for this one. See? Frustrating, actually, watching Alton come out so late in the innings. And I understand he wants to give people opportunities, but they can still... You can't see people being short of opportunities with the bat, no matter how you shuffle everyone else. Realistically, he needs to open the innings.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Maximo. I'm not going to disagree with you. Very capable player. Very capable.
I'm happy about that.
Goes for the charge.
Oh, he's also reckless. We should mention that as well. He's a proper renegade. He's not going to sit there and push it around. He likes to play his shots. And,
played a couple of great shots.
Great on the cut.
Against Alton earlier today. Good to see Sachin get into the game.
Yep, for sure. Well, it is the time you can really throw the ball around, isn't it? So they've equalled the lowest score ever. So they won't hold that record.
Short ball. Almost plays a tennis swat over the top of it.
Yeah, does play that cut pretty well. From Karaisa. I mean, I know the batting, obviously, not happening, but have they provided us with incredible entertainment today? Resounding yes.
Unbelievable.
In the field.
You cannot tell me the social feeds will not be chock full of Afio and Kerryhisar content.
Walks in this one. Just creeps over the middle stump.
He went walking out of his crease for a moment.
He was dead into the throw. But Alton finding it just as hard as his compatriots at the moment. 6 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, well, after being trumpeted by Maximo for almost the entire innings, come out with none of 4 so far. So let's hope that he can start getting his shot-making groove. There with Donmez, who's played a couple of nice shots, 2 off 4 so far. So he's going along at a healthy strike rate of 50. And it looks like Askar's come on to bowl his second over of a left-arm orthodox. So still 24 balls left. So no shortage of inventory to try to make a few runs. Big swat across the line from Domez.
Yeah. Askar, 2 for 1. Domez. Caught well. Can he hit well? Not this time, although it gets past Golia. So now they do pass that lowest ever mark. But yeah, no, it sounds crazy, and it is crazy, let's be honest. But we've done over 5,000 matches, so you're going to get outliers. This is an outlier innings. And
do you think they can take some? How do you view this batting innings, Vinny, compared to their first? Because I think they improved a lot with the ball in between the first two games.
Batting's harder to improve quickly. You know, I think they can improve by sending Alton out at the top, number one, because then he can take more responsibility. He can kind of even try and control the strike a little bit.
Keep an eye on him, though. He's hobbling in between wickets at the moment. I wonder if he's got an issue. The keeper has somehow lost that. It's only landed about 3 metres away from him. But in getting the helmet off, he's completely lost track of the Grizzly.
Yeah. I mean, the time he spent trying to get his helmet off, I think he could have spent taking 2 steps backwards. But, yeah. 20 dot balls to start the innings.
Lovely shot. Actually, it's gone for a maximum. Alton just steps outside off stump. Asgard drifts onto his legs and lovely timing.
At equal parts angry and elated that Alton gets this away because, again, he needs to get out there earlier. I just don't say I don't want to harp on it, but yeah, he needs to open. And now Goliath doesn't pick this, goes down the wrong line, but luckily doesn't travel too far. Well, yes, it does travel too far. Well, Sachin not helping out his captain there. That'll be 4 byes.
Well, Sachin, who's left his surname at home, he's left his fielding manual at home as well, as that's gone straight through him. He's once again done his greatest impression of a croquet gate as the ball rolls through to cross the boundary line. And my, that's not the most stunning piece of play from the Gamblers as we look ahead to should be an interesting contest between Alton and Academic Sophia.
Yeah.
Alton first up winners. Very, very powerful lineup with both bat and ball.
Battle of the Blues. The Bulgarian side, though, they did get a point out of their game, so they took something out of it. They threw a few punches. Alton, first time playing under lights. So what they're talking about out there.
I'm going to christen this the powder blue powwow.
Yeah,
Two teams very focused on blue colour.
I like where you're going with that. Anyway, time for over number 8. They're 19 at the moment. Sachin still gets the ball. I wonder if the captain was thinking about a late veto after the misfield. Cost him 3 byes, but
I suspect he won't be posting that moment on his socials once he gets back to the hotel tonight.
Everyone makes mistakes.
It's been pretty useful with the ball, though, from he's been included in just his second game. Ball's a good line, gets a little bit of shape away.
Yeah, Sachin getting an opportunity. We have seen a little bit as well. Hello to everyone in the comment section. Always great to have you. You stay with us for the night match. The lights are already on.
Can I make an observation, Fiddy? The Turkish boys going at almost 5 and over the last 4 overs.
Yep. True.
It's just trying to pluck out
their run rate,
positive.
I mean, well, we didn't have to be Nostradamus to predict the run rate would improve. It was flatline for 3 overs. Yeah, it's a tough one. To be quite honest and to be serious, how can you improve? I think you need Alton to lead by example. Honestly, I think it needs to go up there and still try and bat in the level of like skill where they are right now in their game. No, that's a real practical thing that he could do. And there you go. He swings the bat. This is going to go 8 for 4. So he moves into double figures. And Sachin, maybe a bit unlucky there. Had a fielder hovering for that, but the edge was just a bit too fine. And then, yeah, you got someone like, we already saw Durmaz, for example, get that boundary. He looks like he doesn't mind getting in behind the ball. He's courageous. Maybe he's a good choice at the top. Some of the youngsters, I can see you're trying to give them opportunities, but I don't think you're building confidence in this environment to put them at the top of the order. I just think Alton's the guy, look, maybe even to save face, needs to try and take a bit more of the strike. I get he doesn't want to overdo that, though. Well, this will be out of hits. It would have been, but couldn't hit one stump. Coca. I mean, I also don't think it's good if he was to try and hog the strike from ball 1, because then it does become about him. And if they're not going to get any points out of the game anyway, then it's not really that relevant. But yeah, I think it's just a simple thing they could do. And keep working on it in the background. Obviously, they love the cricket. Obviously, they love being out there. cricket's one of those games where, you know, sometimes you have to do things that aren't your main skill set. Okay, this is in the air, and it's hit pretty well, and is out of here, Maximo! Well done, Mez. First man that's not called Gökhan Alton to hit a 6. Fafyon Karasa, that is a brilliant shot straight down the ground.
Absolutely cracked. Big swipe. Gets the elevation, and it came sweetly off the bat. Almost takes himself to double figures. It's pretty useful partnership from these two, who have combined over a number of overs now, taking the score to 31 for 5 off 8. And this partnership currently 26 runs. Keeping in mind they were 5 for 5 at one stage.
There's a few players have taken head knocks today that might have seen something approaching that, but luckily they've come back from the abyss. Anyway, Alton faces up 9th over, and Sharma gets the ball, puts it down the leg side, and they'll be pretty good with the extras. It's actually their first wide in the whole innings.
Got just an absolute battery of left-handers, don't they?
Yeah,
Sharma joining Ashgar with his orthodox spin, the 2 opening bowlers.
Got some options there. Another one that he loses down the leg side. Another run to the total.
Yeah, never know. Another 90 extras.
Could see some of the Hornchurch faithful have obviously finally woken up at about 7 p.m. European time, 6 p.m. UK, and they're into the chat. Hello to Graham Farquhar, hello to Richard Bird as well. And George Clark sending me messages as well. This nice little cart, and Alton once again, he's going to get 4. So look, if you had, for example, stick these two at the top, maybe there's a game, because they're bowling and fielding, there's actually nothing wrong with it. You could grab a point out of a game. They'd love to take a point away from this group. You know, and obviously when you're 0 after the power play, it doesn't get any worse than that. So let's see if they learn. I hope they do. I hope they go back and watch and maybe pick up a couple of extra tactics for tomorrow. This one slides in. Alton can't get it away.
I know you've been critical of him for not going up the order, but there's a lot to like about Alton's batting. He's got some natural timing.
We've seen him before for the national team. You know, I've seen him before. I know what he can do. I also know what he's probably trying to do. I just don't know if he's achieving that by hiding. Is that the right word? Batting himself so low, and he just nails the 6. So
That's
I mean, cracking shot. And Maximo for Alton. Oh, Alton in Spanish, it means tall, or it means high. And I think that's a sign. It's in his name. He needs to bat high. Okay, and yeah, Tyrone, pretty happy that didn't go
Not sure
in
if
his
you saw
direction.
that. Umpire Tyrone just tried to dive out of the way of that ball, despite it going a good 20 metres in the air. Big man's tall. I'm not sure he's that high.
Oh, yeah, uncomfortable one. He's the man they don't want to lose out of the batting lineup, tell you that much. And, well, that's actually got him in the hand, I think. And, yeah, still works. That's lucky. He should be able to continue.
Good set of gloves that he's got there. Giving him adequate protection. So Sharma clearly didn't enjoy being swatted straight down the ground for a Maximo. Takes that last one in.
2 to come in the 9th. This one could have been another hand buster, but he gets the bat through it and he'll get a single.
Pretty clever batting that actually. Hasn't tried to do anything particularly complicated. Just found some space on the leg side. Brought his partner Domez, who's looked more than capable.
Well, the race is on now. I mean, they scored 58 earlier on against Alton. Can they beat that? Never.
Tell you what, if you came back from 5 for 5, scored 58, I'd be fairly happy.
Yeah, again, decent contact. Doesn't beat the fielder though. They'll stay at home, and Sharma's over goes for 13. It's 44 for 5 after 9.
Continued to provide some extraordinary entertainment. Team from Fafyon Karahisar, Turkish representatives here, as poor Kamal Sharma, he's been absolutely slapped around compared to his teammates.
Do you go Rahman? Does Rahman get a chance? Probably doesn't, but
I hope not. I hope there's someone giving a little bit more generous.
You could have had the classic double donut. Anyway, backs away and misses as we start the 10th over. I wonder what would have happened if you had a Hornchurch or a Wimbledon run into Afyon Karaisa. That's just the way it worked out. It could have happened. And he's bowled him. And that's the end of Alton for now. 23. Useful contribution from the skipper. Again, I'd like to see him maybe taking a bit more responsibility up the order. But it's a wicket for Simranjeet Singh and Afyon Karaisa. That partnership bring a tiny bit of respectability to this total. It's 44 for 6.
Oh, tiny bit of respectability. 39-run partnership from those two. And credit to the skipper. Could have had red ink in both innings, but he goes on the charge trying to hit another boundary. And fortunately for him, gets cleaned up. Nice piece of bowling from Simranjeet Singh.
Did win the player of the match earlier on, making a late run for it with the 2 4s and 2 Maximos. He'll have to go 44 for 6.
Early contender for Group C All-Star 11, young Alton.
Wow, interesting option. Bouncer comes in to Ozdemir first ball.
I think it's too hard to get Bouncer over. He's a plucky player. He's not the tallest man.
He's very
out
plucky.
There. Yep.
Also
got a low stance to start with too. Smart play.
Bat speed there, but just couldn't get anything on it. Well, could we have the 4th maiden of this innings? It's 1 for none at the moment. And we're going down to the last couple of balls. No, we won't. Belted. 1 bounce for Ozdemir. Says, not on my watch, and goes crack over cover. 4 carreras.
Oh, dead set. He's one of my favourite players in the tournament so far, Vinny.
I mean, he put poor Kadir Orhan out of the lineup by taking catch and busting through him in the earlier match. Now he goes the old step away swat. Last ball misses, but don't worry, you got your highlight. That's the end of the 10. Afyon Karaisa are going to end up 48, and they're going to go down in this one by 86 runs.
Lovely scenes there. Kuldeep Galia recognising the efforts of his Turkish opponents, and Ozdemir gave us one great highlight with the bat, that cracking strike over covers. But all in all, pretty comprehensive win, and Gamblers, full credit to them because they have started their tournament 2 wins from 2 games. Looked pretty good in doing so, and also gave the opportunity for a few bowlers to get their arm over, but plenty more to look forward to. Alton up against Academics Sophia, so another one of the first up winners in the form of Alton. And the boys from Bulgaria need to get back on track.
And a couple of the Bulgarians need to get out of the red. Not often see a -6. You get 4 just for playing. And Kushal had a bit of a shocker in the first game. Yeah, Battle of the Blues. What's it called again?
The Powder Blue Powwow.
The Powder Blue Powwow. I had a question about when the Bulgarian side playing. They're playing in 25 minutes time. Well, here we go. Record shattered and stumps shattered as well. Only lost 2 wickets in the power play, but this innings started with a 0-run power play, a first on the network in over 5,000 matches, and it started with 20 dot balls. And, well, credit to Portugal. I know the inexperience in that top order of Afyon Karaisa, but still got to execute your skills, and they pretty much did that. Also a bit of a tough one, I suppose, after that start, because that point was kind of off the table. Darji took some good catches there. We saw Askar chip in with a couple of wickets. But yeah, 5 for 5 at one stage. And well, that is quite the hole to be in, almost down to the Earth's mantle. But Golia was able to grab that 5th wicket. But then this partnership just turned things around and was infinitely better than what we saw earlier on. Getting kind of frustrated, doesn't it? Because we thought, well, if these 2 went out and opened the batting, for example, maybe that they could have the whole 10, would have had more time to play with, and wouldn't have had to be this aggressive. In there, Alton swung around one late in the piece. He went for 23 off 18. 10 not out for Don Mez there, but it will be 2 wins out of 2 for Gamblers SC and a dream start to their ECL. They take all 4 points in this one.
Yeah, certainly has been. Have a look at that. Afyon Karaisa batting card, and it was most of the runs coming down in that middle order. Anil Domez not out, 10 off 10. Played a couple of good shots, including one lovely strike down the ground. Golkan Alter once again looking the most impressive of the batters from the Turkish team. He scored 23 off 18, including a couple of super maximos before he was cleaned up by Simranjit Singh.
Yeah, well, 3 zeros at the top of the order there, and 3 zeros in the first 3 overs. The first on ECN, as Kamboj went the perfect 0, didn't he? With the ball, 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. Rahman with a maiden of his own, threw the ball around a bit. Curran Beer 1 for 4, 2 wickets for Askar, and 1 towards the end from Simranjit Singh. So those 2 teams will head back to Sunset Beach, but we will stay here. The lights are on, and looking forward to that next game. Alton of Switzerland to take on CC Academic Sophia from Bulgaria. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. More history will be made, I'm sure. Will it be tonight? Would it be the first golden ball of Group C? You can join us to find out pretty shortly. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, welcome back. Time for the night match. Lights are on, ready to roll. And this will be a battle of the blues, actually. It's going to be Alton of Switzerland taking on CC Academic Sophia of Bulgaria. I'm here at the bar. Thanks again to Victoria Surveys for their support of the ECL. Always great to have them on board. And I heard they're running a bit low after Group B, put it that way. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the two captains for match number 5 out in the middle. Let's see who wins the giant coin toss.
Alton, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Yeah, Academic, Sophia, you're the away team, so you will call, yeah? There you go.
European cricket.
European cricket has been called, it's come down Norcane, so you've won the toss.
Yep. We are like back first.
Okay. Toss won by Alton, who will bat first?
So it is Shahid Waridu of the Swiss champions, Alton. He's won the toss, selected to bat. So also first time Alton have played under lights, even though we did see them play last year. They didn't actually have a night game, so first experience for them. Some of the Bulgarians do have experience under lights, and I remember Indo-Bulgarian actually dropped 14 catches under lights, but still beat former champions VOC Rotterdam. And that's just one of those crazy things that you might only ever see in an ECL. Well, I won't be hitting the Victoria Surveyor just yet, but I will be throwing up to Andrew Ryan with the news from the toss in match number 5 of Group C. But it will be the Swiss batting first after winning the toss.
Indeed, big news from the toss there, Mr. Maximo. He's getting in and amongst it down there at our bar area. And good memory, good thing to remind everyone. Plenty of seats out here for the group stage games at Cardimer Oval. So if you are in the vicinity of this wonderful complex, and please come down and join us for some fabulous T10 cricket. And we've got one more contest for tonight. As Vinny mentioned, it is under lights, and it's the matchup between Alton, who started off their tournament with a win, and they're up against the Academics from Sophia. And the umpire's about to lead the teams out onto the field. Certainly a cool evening here. One thing that's particularly cool with these two, talked about it as the powder blue powwow. Two teams that do love a splash of blue in their uniforms, and we'll see who will come out on top. Alton, certainly favourites. Played very well in their opening contest, albeit against the boys from Afyon Karahisar from Turkey, so they've proved that they can field and bowl very, very well, but unfortunately the batting not quite up to par at the moment, so they've got some tough roads ahead. But Alton, let's see how they go against a probably step up in opposition Academic. They've got some good players, a few members from the Bulgarian national team in there, and provided a few moments in their first game. Wasn't really consistent enough with the bat or with the ball, but certainly showed some sparks. But either way, the supercomputer has Alton as clear favourite, 76% win probability. Cardimer Oval looking absolutely resplendent under that night sky and the magnificent floodlights we have. As Vinny mentioned, Alton going out to bat first. Rahan Stanik Zai taking up strike with his partner Yasu on striker's end. Plenty of bowling options for the Bulgarian team. Some of them more successful than others in the last game. Things could have been very different though. Some Charlie Brennan, who powered the chase for old Victorians, dropped, I think it was second or third ball by Chugtai off the bowling of this man, Ali Rasul. So let's get things underway. Big swing, and well, Stanik's taken absolutely no time to get settled in. Rasul just dropped slightly short of a length, and he's heaved over the leg side for a Maximo first ball. Now Stanik's is one of the men who profited a lot from that first game. He's in good nick. Rasul, desperate to stay away from that leg side. Unfortunately, sent that wide. Such a fast starting team, Alton, and when they get momentum, they're very hard to stop. And they also have a very deep batting lineup as well, so they will keep going, ball after ball after ball, even if they do lose a few wickets. Static side, not well timed. Squeezes in between the two fielders, one converging for backward point, other from third man on the circle. Brings Yasso Tharunavagrasu onto strike. Big hitting right-hander, really likes to hit straight down the ground, so that fielder from long on, always going to be in the game. Probably not a bad matchup for them, with the left-hander pushing the ball away from his area and his hitting zone. A few field changes, bring the men in from third man on the boundary. Inside edge, goes flying away, won't get to the boundary. Fielder comes around from a fine leg. It's Kevin D'Souza. He scored the majority of the runs for the academic side in that first game earlier today. Nice come back from Rasul. Got things under control after being smoked from Maximo first ball. Big strike, and Stanik's hammered him. That's carried the protective fence, and that's a wonderful shot. It wasn't a terrible ball from Rasul, but Stanik's got deep in his crease and such a clean swing of the bat. Look at that, he spotted the length early. Went hard, went high, went very handsome. It's taken them some moments to try to retrieve the ball. The umpire just checking that it's still in one piece. Pretty hardy products, the Grizzly balls. Another good start here for Alton, 15 for none. Still 2 balls left in this first over. Rayan comes down the crease, ends up yanking a full toss at chest height. It's already been called no ball. Rasul getting spooked by the rampaging figure of Rayan Stanik's coming straight at him. Loses control. Pretty good shot, given he would have been expecting to see the ball jammed in his toes more likely than flying towards his chest on the full. That one's on the stumps, good ball. Stanik's aiming for the mid-wicket fence, no contact. Lucky his stumps are still in one piece. Like that he's practicing just the gentle drive out to the covers for a single. Unlikely to see him unfurl that shot in European cricket. Big swing, and he's timed it wonderfully well. The arms go up from the umpire for the third Maximo of the over. Wonderful striking from Stanik's and an immense start for Alton. 1 over down, 26 runs on the board. No shortage of Maximos here at Cardimer Oval, and there'll be no shortages. We go on to the Mediterranean swing of the European Cricket Series. It all starts in Portugal, in the ECS, followed by the Western Shield, the inaugural Western Shield, being played by 2 all-star teams. Definitely something to tune in there. And then first trip to France for an ECS. Plenty more action. Cricket on an almost daily basis here on the European Cricket Network. But everything within the European cricket world at the moment focused on this piece of turf here. Cardimer Oval, Andalusia region of Spain. And the Ruda Vukarasu facing up against Singh coming on for the second over. Thought that was in the slot for Yasu for a moment. Swing across the line, but Singh getting his line right. Managed to get the ball to move away a little bit when he bowled earlier today. And that's a pretty decent shot from the Ruda Vukarasu. Just guides it straight down the ground. Just checked it. The ball held up in the pitch. And it'll just roll through for a single, given the form that Stanicsai is in. Alton's probably quite happy to see the big left-hander take up strike. Reminder that earlier this evening, Alton won the toss. Elected to bat first. Move that's paid off so far. Full ball, Stanicsai jammed it into the pitch, but he's got enough bat and it races away to the boundary. When you're in form, things tend to go your way. Full pitch ball from Singh, and Stanicsai, powerful set of shoulders. Bat swing comes through, driven hard into the turf. It's like a baseball ground ball. It rolls over the boundary and signaled for 31 for none. Comes charging. Oh, I thought he'd actually gotten only a thin piece of that, but he sent it flying about 20 metres over the boundary backward of point. This is a master class in T10 opening batting. Alton up to 37 partway through this second over. Well, after having just seen a game where we had no runs scored in 3-over power play, completely different on this occasion. The one's missing leg stump by about half a foot. Doesn't stop Singh from either appealing or at least celebrating the dot ball. You know, rarity in the innings so far. Moments like this though, captain's just got to get his team to keep their calm. T10 matches aren't won and lost in the first couple of overs. Decent ball, Stanicsai done the splits. Looks like he's okay. And that's the end of the over. Wasn't a bad one in the end from Singh. Certainly a little bit more control. He's just maybe a little bit of that moisture on the pitch, just losing his footing. And it's an excellent time, showing the standings from Group C to bring back a wonderful Mr. Maximo to the microphone.
Yeah, well, Afia and Karasa doesn't really show on the table how much entertainment they brought us, not particularly with the bat, but definitely in the field. But Gamblers at the top of the table. And for now, Alton, I'll be hoping they might be able to catch him this game. Powder blue power out, as called by Andrew Ryan. And we start the third over with a big swing and a miss, as this is Issa Zaru coming into the attack.
Yeah, I don't mind this bowling change from Academics, actually. He's a canny bowler, Zaru, and the way that Stanicsai is hitting the ball, actually, I think someone who's probably a little bit more medium pace, got some good variations. I think that's a smart move. On the other hand, the Ruda Vukarasu struggling to get moving, 2 off 4. And he's got the outside edge, and he's gone. The umpire's finger goes up. Zaru rewarding the skipper's faith in him, and yeah, so never really got into a rhythm. It's a rare failure for him. 2 off 5 and a much-needed wicket. Alton, 37 for 1.
Yeah, well, we've seen the Bulgarian clubs pull out some magic under lights before. This is a classic case of probably the wrong shot to the ball. Short's outside the off stump. He's trying to horn it away over the leg side, spins around, and as he turns around, he sees the ball safely in the gloves of the keeper, Saim Hussain. So an early strike there, and that's a dangerous striker gone without doing any damage. Yaso through to Vukarasu goes for 2, and it's 37 for 1.
Not such an issue losing that wicket when you've got Ryan Stanicsai flaying the bowling to all corners. He's joined by Malia Stanicsai taking up his usual position at first drop. It's out to an outstanding catch. First game.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. He smashed it.
Rouge short of the length outside off stump. Stanic's eye just pops it down to the fielder behind point.
He's got X factor. Malia Stanic's eye joins Ryan out there. But yeah, he's amazing to watch. I remember him towards the end of that game. They ended up losing at Lasbury Lightning, but it was just the good, the bad, the ugly, the exciting, all in the one innings.
Oh, seen a little bit of in between there. Not his cleanest strike, but he's got such immense power, Stanic's eye, that even though the bat turned in his hand, he didn't get the full face, still managed to carry the boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's the power. I suppose that's something that we saw last year. Nabi's a good example from Drew, but there's others that even their mishits carry the line on an ECN field, and that just makes them so dangerous.
Oh, that ball's gone high. Fielders converge once again. Beaten in a way by Zaru, and yet he's ended up with 12 runs off the last 2 balls.
Love the approach from Alton. This is the kind of cricket they play. They're a T10 unit. They play a lot of the format there in Switzerland. I mean, you know that pretty well, even outside the ECN tournaments. They're very experienced with the approach and working at the moment.
Good ball from Zaru. Pretty unlucky for him in that over. Goes 1 for 12. Nice little finish. Pretty good power play, full stop. Alton 49 for 1, but boys from academics will feel that they've got things under a little bit more control with those last 2 overs.
Yeah, well, for sure, because they scored more in the first than the second and the third combined, but still pretty handy power play there for Alton. 49 for 1. I suppose one of the things with academic, where are the runs going to come from? And they do have lots of players there with good stats in ECS cricket. This is just something a bit different, isn't it? And we saw the opening partnership not really work. They have listed Bashir and Krishna Kumar up there again. I'll be curious to see what they go for. I mean, you kind of want to give those guys opportunities again, but also you can't afford to sit on your hands, I think, with this 4-match format.
So the restaurateur standing at the top of his mark. Mishra bowled so well in that first game. Brings himself on to bowl the 4th over. Stanic's eye drills it straight down the ground. Another clean hit from the burly left-hander. Nod of the head from the umpire, Tyrone Peters, and Stanic's eye races along. 39 off 11.
Yeah, looks like trouble, doesn't it? He's looking very, very confident out there. He's just an exciting player to watch, like I said. And doesn't look done yet. Horns from Tyrone Peters.
Loves a good horn signal. Oh, Mishra, that is absolutely in the slot. Stanic's eye hitting the ball so cleanly. He's at peace at the crease, and he's on his way to a half century. 45, and he's only taken 12 balls.
Yeah, he looks on. Sometimes it's just such a batting's a confidence game. If you have a good start to the series, just all that nervous tension is out of there.
Swings into the legs. Stanic's eye drills it out. Fielder coming around from mid-wicket will just be the one. Mishra, a lot fuller in this 3 balls that he's bowled so far, and it actually suggests that the length that he was bowling earlier today on this slightly moist deck in the evening, probably the way to go.
Yeah, I suppose block hole's always a good idea. Look, he goes for as many in 2 balls than he goes for in 2 overs in the earlier game. I think one of the things with Mishra, and I actually think it's quite a good tactic, short run up, just doesn't let the batter get into a rhythm as you're running in.
That one is in Stanic's eye slot, and that's one of the best shots we've seen today. And it's a great aspect of Maliar's batting, actually. He's not your traditional slogger. He actually just elevates good cricket shots. He's very capable square of the wicket on the offside, and he just has the capability to hit with such power and such loft.
Yeah, he's got quick hands, and that's why it generates a lot. You see, that's it again. Well, he's found the fielder this time, and it's dropped. Now, I can't say that's an easy one. That's Ali Rasul down there. It was cutting through the evening mist, but he can't hold on, and Stanixai dropped on 18.
Oh, can't hold on. Tell you what, he's lucky he hasn't had his head taken off. That was another bullet from Stanixai's bat, and he had to make ground to...
They don't run
quickly.
So he'll have another go.
It's a good bit of bowling from Mishra. Just pulled his length back. Touch Melliot. Tickles it. Decides he's going to keep the strike for the 4th over. It's 5th over. Alton 69 for 1.
Mishra goes magical. That's the thing. Bowlers in this format, you'll have some good overs. You'll have some average overs. And you'll have some overs where it gets away a little bit. I like to see Prakash bowling early, though, because he was, I think, the most effective of the bowlers in the last game they played. So has a go, but Malia throws the hands through a few. And they do get 20 off the over. Looks like they're going back to Issa Zaru here in over number 5.
A pretty good call from the skipper. It's a good first over from Zaru, despite going for a couple of maximums. Well, you're just getting a bit of attention on his shoes. It's absolutely nothing that our umpires can't do, is there, Vinny?
Well, they're trained in all types of knots and all types of situations. Tyrone flashes a smile. Sign of a job well done. Anyway, let's go back to Zaru. He's going to put that floating pseudo slip in there. Over number 5.
Short ball, and there's that cut shot. I talked about it earlier, Vinny. Not a man who needs to just whack over the leg side. It's a 360-degree player. Just gets on his toes, plays it beautifully.
Yeah, I talked about his fast hands when he's driving, but also here, see how he just releases them at last moment? And he stays fairly still apart from that. He judges the bounce perfectly. Standing side. Malia looking dangerous. So is Raihan at the other end.
Gets the opportunity to play the cut again. Too easy for a batter of his class and his range of shots. 6 and a 4 to start the over, and a few questions being asked of Zaru.
Yeah, and good cricket IQ here from Malia, because he knows there's no fielder back there, so he doesn't try and hit as hard as he can. He says, look, you've given me one that I can hit pretty comfortably down there, so I'm just going to make the most of it. Now they'll push the field back. So, I mean, I don't mind that tactic if you've got the fielder back for at least protecting, but with no one back, was asking for trouble, and Malia gives him trouble.
Oh, gorgeous shot. Whips it off his pads, whips it over the hospitality area. Mighty, mighty Maximo.
Wow, that was big. And no one was in danger. At least that was in front of the tents. Don't know about if anyone behind was preparing dinner. There might be something in your salad. Keep an eye out. But this is, again, just ridiculous fast hands. It's kind of a helicopter-like follow through. Alton love it. I'm sure everyone back in Switzerland will be enjoying watching Malia Stanixai light up the night.
I thought Rohan Stanixai was on his way to a half century. Malia's trying to overtake him. 33 off 10. Zaru, good ball. Yeah, finally up in the block hole.
And the only ball I can imagine that he's not going to be able to manufacture into a boundary. So I think the bowler's going to learn a lot from that. In any situation, if you can hit that spot, I think you can win the ball. And sometimes you're just happy winning the ball. And going from there, see if you can stack up a few little wins.
Such a difficult batter to bowl to when he's in this sort of mood. Rehan gets one that he should have put away. Change of pace though from Zaru. Threw the shot too early. Alton 84 for 1. 1 ball still to go in this 5th. And that expected score up to 161. I suspect with only 1 wicket loss, they'd be disappointed if they didn't get up to those lofty heights.
Has a lot of runs, but last night at this time we saw Hudinga put 100 on the first 5 and lose the game. So don't count your chickens. Raihan on 46.
He was on 46 and now he's raced away to a half century, showing that he too has some shots through the offside. Raises his bat to the Alton faithful, and that's a fabulous finish after 5 overs. Alton 88 for 1.
A very fast start from the Swiss after winning the toss and batting here in match number 5. I want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Lights are on, and lights are on the commentary box as well. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with you on a Super Sunday of action. Look, Yeah, the Swiss team, Alton, you know them very well. That's where you play your cricket, Rhino. I think that they're pretty quietly confident, even though there's nothing quiet about this start. And even the group, not running into an English club or like a Drur or a CIYMS, respect to the other teams here. But Alton, I think they feel this might be their time in the ECL.
Yeah, I'd even go as far. First and foremost, I think they're a big chance for qualifying here. And if this particular group gets the momentum that they need, you never know, they could even be the Smoky that Drur was last year. They have so much power in this batting lineup. Already seen these two, when they get going, they can play shots all around the wicket. You've got Tharuna Vukarasu, who's at the top of the order. Different type of player, but he can score at a ridiculous rate. We've seen it at Kadama before. And they bat so deep that there's nothing holding them back but their own consistency, to be honest.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I was going to make the exact same point. The confidence to go for those shots early, the confidence of not... knowing you don't have to overvalue your wicket doesn't mean you have to be reckless. One thing I love about this innings from Malia Stanik's side, and even Raihan, they're just making smart decisions. They're playing the right shot for the right ball. I think sometimes we see players maybe premeditating a bit too much, having some footwork that is a little bit counterproductive to playing the correct stroke. But yeah, right now it's been a bit of a clinic so far, and really the Bulgarians, well, they have provided some magic before, at least the nation of Bulgaria, with their club Indo-Bulgarian. Once beating VOC Rotterdam under lights here at the Garthamar Oval. They'll be hoping for a miracle comeback here right now against the wall, taking a point out of the first game. Let's see if they take anything out of the second. Let's get back to the action on the field as we're almost ready to start the 6 over. Players taking their strategic time out.
Tell you what, strategic move from the skipper here. The man who was the catalyst for somewhat of a comeback in that previous game, Zirak Chuktai. Big man being given the responsibility of the 6th over. Shani can swing the ball.
Hey, also, I want to say a big thank you to Afyon Karaisa, who've provided us some Turkish treats. Now, I'm not going to open them yet because I feel that's not right. We'll probably wait for tomorrow. Maybe we can do a reveal on air.
Or maybe we shouldn't. I say we open that stuff now.
If we open it now, then there's likely to be none left when Rico and Corey rejoin us.
That's exactly my point.
That's probably fair. Here's Chuktai. He's had quite the story, hasn't he, so far? On day one, comes on to bowl over number 6.
And the big man facing a rampaging Malia Stanik's eye. 34 off 11 for him so far. Ah, that is cracked. Superb shot. Just inside the boundary rope, but love the way he gets high on the toes, rides the bounce, doesn't try to overhit the ball. Super stuff. Exquisite batting.
It's trouble, isn't it, when these guys get in, because you're starting to wonder, what can CC Academic throw at them that they can't handle, and the answer is probably not much. Almost like you're waiting for a miss hit now, you're waiting for a false shot. Chuktai comes in again.
Yeah, good ball, good ball. Hitting the pitch hard, outside off stump. A little bit too close to cut, particularly with a little bit of the extra pace and bounce from Chuktai. It's almost that sweet spot on the Kadama pitch. Get a little bit of extra lift. Steps down the track, cracks it, but straight to the fielder. And to be honest, actually, Gagandeep Singh does a pretty good job. That ball was hit with some power.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Gagandeep Singh. And he's a player we've seen step up in some big games, in some kind of finals day games in Bulgaria. At the Vasilevsky ground in Sophia, capital of Bulgaria. It's wonderful. It's actually got multi-sports. I mentioned that once wild horses invaded the field. Man, it was pretty frightening, but I felt pretty safe at the time from my elevated place. Lovely country, Bulgaria. I would say it's kind of all the countries I've been to in Europe, and I've been to many for cricket, you know that. It's Chuktai. Well, bit of work for the keeper, Saim Hussain. It's a lovely keeper. You see the way he moved down the leg side with ease. But it's just got a different vibe about it. I don't know how to describe it. It's charming. I don't know, maybe that's the word. It's just different. Maybe sometimes some of the modern things that have taken place everywhere else just haven't happened there yet.
That one's hit high on the bat.
Oh no, the Chuktai zone. Now it's going to be an overthrow, maybe trying to distract, but Chuktai, he knows exactly how that feels. And then we almost have a run out. The ball hits Raihan on the way back. But what is it? That is the, I don't know what we're going to have to call that zone, but it's the drop zone right now, and that was an absolute goober that goes down.
I'll tell you what, the only thing that would have made that funnier would be Rasul being the man who dropped it. Fortunately, it wasn't, but as you say, Chugtai knows that is the difficult place to field as he's decided, I'm going to do it myself. I don't want to leave it to fielders, and he manages to clean up Raihan Stanikzai with actually a really good Yorker.
I love the body language here. Everyone's a little bit frightened to go near Chugtai, but he should have simmered down. Okay, it cost him 2, but now he shatters the stumps. And to be honest, bowlers, they prefer getting wickets that way. You tell me, Rhino, you're a paceman yourself, but it will be the second wicket down, and Alton 96 for 2.
I always love to see the stumps splattered. Always love the ability to make a fielder feel guilty about not completing a dismissal. It's a pretty good piece of bowling, and against a man who played a very, very good innings, but ultimately he's dismissed after completing his half century. But good reward for Chugtai. He's actually bowled a fairly decent over here. Alton 96 for 2.
Had a good start, hasn't he, Raihan, to the series? And what those form players here, shortened format now in the ECL because we have so many sides, just 4 matches plus finals. So, and Raihan, he looks confident right now. He's replaced at the crease by players that come in, actually. New one, Batangala, coming in at number 4.
Yeah. Face a little bit less familiar from as far as this Alton side goes. Keeping that left and right hand combination.
Yeah, he's a player we haven't seen on ECN before, so let's see what he's got with the stick. Being trusted with this number 4 position.
It's no surprise to see a constant recruit of new faces into Alton, one of the liveliest, most exciting places in Switzerland.
Bit of a revolving door, is it? Perform or get out. 26 years old, Batangala faces his first ball on ECN.
Oh, good ball again from Chugtai. Coming around the wicket, he just gets the ball to tail back into the left-handers.
It's been a great over, actually. In fact, he concedes 8, has a drop catch and smashes the stumps in the 6th over. It's 96 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, so manager wouldn't say they've brought this total under control, but at least they've been pretty disciplined too. Only the 3 extras, so most of the runs coming off the bat. Key for Alton is having Stanikzai face as many balls as possible.
Still batting to come, that's the thing as well. Nanasekara, Muridu and Johnson. The next 3 due to the crease.
Really do bat properly down to number 8.
Yeah.
This Alton side.
All right, 4 overs to go in this one. And looks like Gangadeep Singh to bowl over number 7. He just went for 11 when he bowled the 2nd over earlier on, which actually isn't too bad when you consider the first one went magical. He brought things back. Let's see if he can break through here. Bowling to Malia, 39 not out of just 14.
Not a great ball, but tidy bit of work from the keeper, Hussain.
Yeah, we didn't see the best of Hussain with a bat before. I mean, he's a guy, look, to be honest, he's probably more comfortable in the longer forms of the game. He's got a very solid technique, but I also think he's performed pretty well in 10 over cricket. And the other thing is when you come to Carter Oval, you know you're going to have to deal with some better bowling. I think he can handle it. There's a little helicopter that comes out. There's a junior copter. That's what I'm saying there. As Malia moves to 40.
Doesn't mind the odd helicopter shot. Well, yeah, brings him undone occasionally, but virtue of those quick hands, able to generate pace without much swing of the bat.
And that's the other thing, Saim Hussain, player we know pretty well in the network. It's his first trip to the Cartmore Oval.
Love to keep Batangala on strike for a few balls here. New man at the crease. Been under assault from the Stanikzai pair.
Got a decent one first up. So let's see.
Got to keep an eye on this clock too. The boys from Bulgaria.
Yeah, a little bit tardy.
Comes a big charge down the wicket. So 2 dot balls to start his innings. Doesn't really take much to have a reassessment down from the 160 type rate down to 145, 140.
And then,
sort of scores manageable.
Think about then, CC Academic Sophia probably don't have the kind of out and out big hitters all the way down the order. They certainly have some guys that can get in.
good ball, just squeezed out by Battangala, the fielder.
Oh, I didn't see
Sweat
it
leg
there.
hasn't seen it.
Well, Mishra took an age to go after. I think probably what it's going to be two either way. That was such a good Yorker. It swung in at the last moment. And to be fair to Battangala, he works very hard for his first 2 runs on the network.
Isn't it funny that you've had 2 guys in before who, when they had momentum and were on top, just making batting look so easy. All of a sudden, Paul Battangala's got out of there and he's faced a couple of absolute seeds in his opening 3 balls.
Oliver Pike-esque actually under lights.
Goes charging down the track, outside edge, and well, his slightly tortuous stay has been completed. Nicely bowled from Singh, and Battangala goes for 2. Another wicket down, and Alton just stuttering from a place of ascendancy. They're at 100 for 3.
Well, I might have to take his Battangala and go home after that one because just broke away, I think, a little bit from Gagandeep. Is it the cutter? Not really. I think it's maybe a bit of seam movement. Loses the front shoulder, loses his shape, tries to go leg side. Well taken by Simon, who's having a pretty good night behind the stumps. And that will be the 3rd wicket down with the score at 100 for 3.
Hard to know, is it more of a pressure situation when you're coming in and your previous batters are scoring at, not far off 20 runs per over? You're almost forced to keep up that rate, otherwise you're looking like you're really putting the handbrake on the score.
I get your point. I still think it's less pressure because the costs of failure are not as dire. Here's the rock.
Dion Johnson just plays there with a relatively straight bat and continuing pretty good over here from Singh. He's only gone for 15, which in relative terms of this innings of his 1.5 overs, pretty good return.
I said it earlier, when you're losing the game and things look really tough, just try and win the next ball, try and stack up a few little wins together, and they've kind of done that with 10 balls without a boundary, 2 wickets in there as well. That's one way to avoid getting hit to the boundary, but yeah, it's been good. And look, yeah, have a good last 3 overs. Maybe you can keep it 130s, which is about a par score, maybe a few more than that.
We saw last night, Hoodinger both won the first 5 overs of both innings in that final group stage. Still lost the game. Always a chance to come back as that one is hit high and straight down the throat of the fielder. Bashir down there at long on takes a pretty tidy catch. And yet another wicket. Great pair of overs from Singh. He ends up with 2 for 15. And Alton, 7 overs gone, 100 for 4.
Handy one to get as well. It'll be a 2-ball duck for Johnson. But Bashir down there looks like more pirate than man, doesn't he? Under lights, but it will be Dion the Rock Johnson that has to walk the plank for a 2-ball globe. 100 for 4. Well taken here. Sometimes these are the good ones. It's not hit too hard. You don't have too much time to think about it. The wind's not really a factor. Johnson, we can't really blame him. Kind of goes with the shot. Doesn't quite get the elevation. Hits it okay, but he'll have to walk back. Kind of a little mini stagger here from Alton. 100 for 4 in the 7th over.
Yeah, most importantly for Academic Cricket Club too, they've kept Malia Staniksai off strike for quite a bit of the last couple of overs. So he's sometimes defensive play is also about taking your gun batters out of rhythm as well, trying to keep them off strike as much as possible. Look ahead to the matches for tomorrow, which will be day 2 of Group C, and starting off with a big contest for the Bulgarians. They're up against Gamblers from Portugal. Yeah,
that'll be a good test for both those sides. Old Victorians versus Alton. That's a bit of a blockbuster in match 7. 2 teams without a win at this stage of the competition to do battle in match 8. Of course, 5 matches tomorrow. Rico Full, he'll be back tomorrow on deck, and so will Andrew Ryan. I think Corey might have the day off again. Still just trying to pass on all the threats and organise them in an orderly fashion for the authorities. But hey, in all seriousness, Corey, he sent a message to the Hornchurch guys, and it was him with a bit of pie saying, "I'm eating humble pie." So there you go. 10 o'clock AM GMT, 11 in Central Europe, 3:30 PM in India for day 2 of Group C.
Oh, shot. Well, we said Staniksai has been kept off strike for a period of time. That was a pretty good ball from Chugtai, but just whipped the hands through it, and the fielder out there at a whitish mid-wicket probably was only about 10 metres away, but didn't have a chance.
Yeah, he loves this. Look at that. That's a proper card-carrying helicopter. Get your pilot's license. Only one better than that is if it goes over the ropes. He's on 44.
Well, he tries to repeat the dose. Hits it straight to the fielder at almost genuine mid-wicket. No run.
Fairly modern shot. MS Dhoni was the proponent of it. It's not really a different shot. It's to do with the follow-through. So it's just a clip, but it's that kind of exaggerated circular follow-through that turns it into a chopper.
Yeah, the follow-through, but also the bat plane as well. It's such
Yeah.
a hard shot to execute because it's almost sweeping across the front of the pad. It really does so many things in a way wrong from a technical perspective, but such a good shot to watch. And standing to either low full toss, keep him to just one.
Yeah, smart call from Saim Hussain down there as well. Calls keeper, just in case Stangzai had visions of stealing the strike back. But I think he's got confidence in Murali Nanasekaram. He's a guy who could easily open the batting for this Alton side. Comes out at 6 with 2.5 overs to remain. Let's see if he can make an impact.
He's an interesting player, Murali. He's been around the Swiss scene for quite a few years now, and it's really the sort of last 2 years that he's broken out and had a couple of cracking seasons, forced his way into the Swiss team, was batting up the top order amongst some other big hitters. That's a shot that has gone high off his bat, but it's gone high and handsome. Great start for him. Maximo, first ball.
This is what you want out of your middle order batters, for them to come out, not have to take a couple of balls, to have the confidence to go straight away. And that was beautifully picked up, more an orthodox fashion really, but it's not the worst ball ever. It's kind of a good length ball outside the off stump, but Murali pumps it into the night.
Tight, change of pace. Nanasekaram almost overruns it, but holds his shot just long enough. Flicks it out to deep square, and they'll scoot through for 2.
Good fielding out there, but not able to prevent the 2. He'll slide and throw in one motion from Kevin D'Souza. I'd like to see him maybe up the top. I'd like to see the Bulgarian side, Academic. I'd like to see them have a crack at this, and I think you do that by putting your form guys at the top and seeing if they click.
Tight, good ball, driven hard, but big man gets an arm on it. I think it's probably the best description, and ends up just ensuring they take the 1. It's the end of a pretty good 2-over spell from him, and combination of he and Singh has really got Academic back into this game. Alton 114 for 4, 12 balls still left.
1 over, it's fine.
Alton 87% versus 13. It's about a 1 in 7 shot for the Bulgarians. I don't know. Krishna Kumar really struggled, and Bashir likewise. So I just think the idea of both of them opening up again, and then if choosing one, then which one? I don't know. I'd love to see a D'Souza kind of put out of his comfort zone, put out of there, and just seeing if they can get that. They're going to need a good power play, I think, to be competitive. So I'm guessing kind of like a high 40s, 50 kind of power play. And so you've got to put players up there that you think can deliver that against this opposition. I think that's important, against this opposition, who are going to throw some pretty decent bowling at you as we start over number 9. And Mishra comes back to bowl out.
These conditions should help Mishra if he can get his length right. He was too full earlier on and was driven down the ground hard by both Melia and Rehan Staniczai. Just needs to pop it on, probably just a touch short of a length, see if he can get some zip through off the deck.
Staniczai 45.
Oh, big swing. Once again, didn't look like he'd made amazing contact, but sends it into the cardamom night sky and takes him to a well-deserved 50 off only 19 deliveries. That's some exquisite power batting.
Yeah, fan favourite, Melia Staniczai. You can see why. This is not a slog shot. It's a genuine drive over cover. It's the right shot to play. Brings up the 50 off 19 balls. And something tells me he wants more.
Floated into his zone. Takes one hand off the bat. It doesn't matter one iota. That's a huge strike for Maximo.
What a shot. I mean, one-handed sixes. They're the flavour of the month at the moment on ECN. And have a look at this. This goes absolute miles, I'm sure, at the contact point. He's just got the top hand on the bat, but that goes over the tent. Remarkable shot. And Mishra, well, the sun's gone down. It's been his kryptonite, isn't it? Because he's in the dirty 30s. He's still got 3 to bowl.
Yeah, the Mishra recipe not working so well in this game. Under a big bit of pressure. See, you think Stanikzai could do a babar and try one hand with the right hand hitting a 6? Well, that one's... Thought he was going to put this away as the fielder's tracked back, and despite a despairing dive, hasn't been able to keep it in the ground. Great effort from Zulat.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, he was thinking about catching it, and I kind of agree. Even at this late stage, if you can get rid of Malikzai, it might save your runs, more runs than the 3 you risk. But then he bails out, and then he had no real plan B. It spun away from him, and then he had a big swing and a miss, and it ends up at the fence, and so does the ball. 4 runs. Malia Stanikzai into the 60s.
Decent bit of bowling there from Mishra, pushed it wider, and that's what happens in these later overs. Stanikzai probably would have drilled that to the point boundary earlier on. Mishra trying to cut his over short, I think.
That was one to leave alone as well. It's going to be a wide, but Prakash tempts Stanikzai into swinging at it like a baseball pitch would tempt a batter swinging a bad pitch. Last ball of the over.
Floats it full, and it's absolutely dispatched, annihilated over the long off boundary.
I think it does deserve a new word. I would say it was dismashed.
Dismashed.
That was dismashed out of here. It's burst through the fence. Not the first ball to do that this week, but that has gone miles. You'll need to bring your torch to find that one. 137 for 4 after 9.
Not a great over from Mishra. He tried to do a sneaky 5-baller before he was hastily called back by the umpiring corps, and that last ball has been taken.
How your day can change. Look, he bowls 4 overs for 55 in the day, which is probably about an average economy rate if I'm honest, but poor Prakash gets a bit of treatment here. Gagdeep Singh, kind of the yin to his yang, 2 for 15. He was able to keep this batting lineup at bay. But now 10th over, Alton looking for 150 and more. You can't really hide from either batter here.
You're going to Segar him?
Yeah, whacking it out of the ground.
No thought of saying I'm going to give Melia 5 balls to...
No, what it is, you're looking to hit a boundary. But if it's not quite in your zone, you're happy to hit it hard along the ground and get one.
Got to make contact.
You don't want to sky one and get caught, because that's not a great result. But, I mean, if it's in his zone, and there's quite a lot of balls that are, for example, the one that he picked up, first ball. But, you know, if he gets a Yorker, he's not going to try and hit that for 6. Then you just got to try and take your one, get Stanikzai back on strike.
So, Vinu with an enviable task of bowling the 10th over.
Hasn't bowled yet in this game.
Still hasn't bowled yet as far as legal deliveries go.
It's funny there, if it was like 6 or 7 out and you didn't have a regulation or a recognised batter like Murali Nanasekaram there, that's one that you might run, try and hold your crease, and we've seen that creep into the game a bit more to try and get Stanikzai back on strike, and it doesn't even burn a ball. But I think because Nanasekaram is a genuine threat himself, they don't need to have those kind of funny business running tactics.
Oh, lovely straight strike of the bat. Hasn't hit it particularly cleanly though. Fielder comes in and bobbles it once, but takes it on the rebound. It's a pretty good grab from Manam Bashir, the man who's, as you say, looking like a pirate, but he's had a fair bit of work out there, and Nanasekaram departs.
When I see these balls go up under lights and how high they go, I'm so happy to be retired, because Bashir, again, he's had his issues with the hard ball today. It's very hard to get a sense of proportion at night. The night cricket I did play, it just looks like a little tic-tac coming down from the sky that someone's dropped out of a plane, and it's got your name on it. And I think Bashir knows it's his, checks the shot, does exactly what he said he wouldn't want to do, skies the ball, but I suppose it was hittable for 6. Does well, knocks it up, and I even like, it's good technique there to protect the ball, kind of roll, make sure that he doesn't take the ball to ground. So Murali has to go after sending one high into the night, but it comes down in the hands of Bashir. Nanasekaram out for 10, and the score 138 for 5.
It brings the skipper, Shahid Uridu, to the crease. He blasted a few bombs in the previous game. He comes in fairly decent form. 5 balls to face. Big swing, ball wide of off stump. A bit less comfortable there than he is when swinging to the mid-wicket side.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I suppose the new batter, maybe not knowing the exact pace he's going to get. I think Mally's got to try hard to get back on strike, though. That could have been one to run on.
Reedy charges down the pitch. Doesn't get a great piece of it, so they'll keep it to 1. It's been a pretty good final over here from Vinu. He's only given up 2 runs, 3 balls into it.
He's one of the key bowlers, but had a bit of a rough one earlier, so hasn't bowled the innings they're using him now. Yeah, but I think he's an important member of this bowling lineup. Danexai puts the big stop sign up for Reedy, who was considering it too. Malia wasn't.
Oh, he stepped away, and well, Malia doesn't want to take the run, and I don't blame him, but Vinu has seen him shift to the leg side and bowled that a long way.
Fake footwork, and to be honest, it works once a year. I haven't seen bowlers falling for this, but he follows him, and the old sneaky tactics from Danexai steps back in. Pretty good stop from Saim Hussain there. Vinu just needs to go Yorker at the stumps.
Yeah, it does go back to the stumps, and it's collected Danexai in what might be a slightly uncomfortable spot.
It's a really good over. Saim Hussain has the smile of someone that wasn't just hit in the leg. He could be an important player in this chase. Oh, they've done well to bring it back here, haven't they? Because at one stage it was looking very, very violent from Alton. 88 in the first half, so that's got a 176 pace. Looks like it'll be in the 140s. 2 to come.
Oh, smash! Gotten a hold of that one, and Danexai's obliterated it into the cardamom night sky. What a shot, and what a sound off the bat.
Yeah, it could be 150s yet. It's not a good ball, really. I think you got to know your lengths at this stage. I think you got to try and go block. I know if you miss just short of a block hole, he might just drive you up into oblivion, but I don't know. He plays that shot very well. It's been a good innings from Malia Danexai, 73 off 25, almost 3 a ball pace. Vinu, still not the worst over. It's gone for 9 in the last. Let's see if he can keep this ball on the field. Last ball to come.
Oh, he's gone huge. That should be worth 12. That's a giant strike from the Swiss superstar. Danexai takes himself up to 79 off only 26 balls. Wonderful display of power striking. He's barely broken a sweat. And that little flourish at the end has taken Alton to a score of 152 for 5 off their 10 overs, and powered by a pair of Danexai half centuries.
Yeah, that was huge. And I suppose that 140s was wishful thinking. I should have remembered who was on strike. Malia Danexai goes bang, bang, and hits 6s, 8 and 9 of his innings. He does finish above that 300 strike rate. Vinu, I'd just like him to go back and look at that last over and see what worked and what didn't. I think that's one of the real benefits of these games being televised. But right now, Alton, they won the toss. They wanted to bat. I'd imagine they want 150 plus, and they get it thanks to a couple of very, very entertaining knocks from Malia and Raihan Danexai. And the Bulgarian, they'll be out to chase that target of 153. It'll be 107 for a point as well. I think they'll at least start out thinking that they can get the whole hog, as Assad and Tyrone led the teams onto the field for the powder blue powwow. There was a fair bit of pow, wasn't there, from Raihan Danexai early on?
Yeah, certainly was. The big burly left-hander. He's in great form in this tournament so far. Fortunately, his opening partner, Iaso Tharuna Vukarasu, not quite striking it with the same effectiveness, but that brought Malia Danexai to the crease, and it was a Danexai slugfest for the next few overs, as both the left and the right-handed batters obliterated this 4 academic bowling lineup to all parts of the Cardamom Oval. Nod of appreciation there from Tyrone, and Raihan even brought him 50 up in a non-traditional fashion for him, thrashing one through the covers. Lovely shot and plenty of support from the teammates. Malia stood tall, both literally and figuratively. A couple of great cut shots. But speaking of big wicket for Chugtai.
Yeah, Chugtai has looked at him out. It's been through the ringer today. He's had the whole gamut of emotions. But yeah, I mean, they're a dangerous team. Irina, you know that all too well, playing in that Swiss competition. And, you know, in the mould of like a Hoodinger that we saw last night, they're a team that have a lot of confidence in their skills, a lot of natural ball striking skills. Sometimes the faster you bowl, the quicker it disappears. So then at those times, as we saw the chopper come out, that was probably the shot of the innings for me as far as the style points. But yeah, I think you really need to be accurate. Any little mistakes are pounced upon. We saw Malia Stanikzai move to his 50. Little cameo there from Nanasekharam late in the piece. Put this one miles high, but she did really well to hold on to that one. As Ridu came out, wasn't really able to contribute too much with the bat. Malia for a curtain call. He went bang, bang, took him from 140 to 152, and these were monsters, weren't they, at the end? Alton sitting pretty after the first half of match 5.
Yeah, there's an unidentified flying grizzly somewhere in Carter at the moment. I'm not sure that last shot has landed. Some superb striking from the young Swiss superstar. Having a look at that Alton card, it was almost all Stanikzai runs there. Rayan at the top, 52 off 17, where he was castled by a good Yorker from Chugtai. And then Malia undefeated, 79 off 26. And finished the innings with a flourish. Maximos off the last 2 balls. And that told the story of Alton's innings, 152 for 5. So probably par with what they were aiming for, I suspect. Helped along in terms of academic, keeping them under control. Only 6 extras, so good performance from them on that front.
Yeah, and it could have been more if it wasn't for the likes of someone like Gagandeep Singh, who, you know, kind of covers the sins of some of his teammates. 2 for 15 for Deep Singh. Well bowled. Wickets for Zaru in there, as well as Chugtai and Binu. Mishra didn't have a very good time in his 2 overs this time after bowling well earlier on. He goes for 43 in his 2. Don't forget Rasul had a bit of a tough start as well. I don't think it was the worst over, but it did go for 26. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 153 for the win, 107 for a point as well. Keep that in the back of your mind as CC Academic Sophia will finish their first day of ECL cricket under lights with the bats in hand. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan, and we'll be back very, very shortly for the conclusion of day 1 of Group C in the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And well, we've had some fireworks on the field here already today, with Alton scoring 152 for 5 in the first innings of this final game here on day one of Group C, the European Cricket League for 2024. We've also had some fireworks in the commentary box in the last few moments as Mr. Maximo has refused to open the delicious confectionery that's been given to us by our Turkish friends. And we'll see how that discussion goes in the next 45 minutes as we see the boys from Bulgaria, Academic, try to chase down a pretty hefty target. In fact, achieving that target in 7 overs is a bit of a stretch, but probably their better option is to try to get to 107 before the end of their 10 overs, and at least that way they will retain the single point, whereas Alton will be trying to do the opposite and keeping them to 106 for less. So, Maximo, Academics, how do they go about this?
You start out thinking that you can get the 153 until logic tells you otherwise, and then you at least try and get the point. But I still think it's worth a crack. It's going to be difficult, but interesting for me, they have stuck with Krishna Kumar at the top of the order, and they have put Bashir as well. So they've given them another opportunity. 2 players that have scored centuries in ECN cricket, so they're certainly very capable. A different kind of gravy, I think, against this Swiss attack. We saw earlier when the Bulgarians were first catapulted into the action, Krishna Kumar 2 off 9, and that was reasonably bad. Probably worse for Bashir, who caught one in the head and had to retire hurt on 5 off 4. Anyway, here we go with the chase, and it starts with a wild delivery, and it's going to be a wide. Bounces well past the stumps, but 10 points for pace and 0 points for accuracy first up.
That's about the worst delivery I've ever seen Ali Usman bowl. Normally a man in such good control of his line, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It's an absolute shocker to start the innings.
It sure is.
He comes back with a bit of juice, second ball.
Oh, the old 2-card trick from Usman. He puts one so wide we almost had to zoom the camera out. Then the next one is towards the nostrils of Krishna Kumar, who needs a bit of a confidence builder. I don't think that was it.
Well, let's see what's going to happen on this third delivery. Licorice all sorts so far. Oh, it's pretty quick, just skating inside the wide line. So.
He's getting it through, isn't he? How would he compare, pace-wise to some of the other bowlers in Switzerland? He must be right up there.
He's up there. I mean, he's not quite Andrew Ryan pace, but as he continues to develop his craft, he might get it. No, he's pretty sharp.
A lot of yours is momentum.
He's got quite a slingy action, so it's actually probably quicker than you anticipate. I tell you what, that's a tough call.
You know what? You ran straight in front of the umpire, so that doesn't help you out. And I actually have a feeling this was probably just inside, but needs to get out the way. Needs to run off the same side of the wicket that he's bowling from. Having said that, I've got good old school test match vibes about this first over right now.
It's a bit Wahab Riaz versus Shane Watson at the moment, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Just missed the off stump.
Oh, Krishna Kumar, if you want to try and build his confidence, I don't know if this is helping under lights. Just plays this 1 to 2 seconds after the ball's in the keeper's gloves, really.
Challenge for you, Vinny. What's his aggregate runs and balls so far?
He's now 2 off 12, and he had a friendly wide call that went his way there. Striking at 17. Close to my average, actually.
Well, gets one off the pads and actually times it pretty nicely. It's being pursued with vigour, but despite the big slide from Batangala, himself had a few troubles with the bat earlier in the Alton innings. It's actually a nice shot.
Yeah, but Gala decides to kung fu kick the Cardamom Oval to hold himself up. Hey, great shot by Krishna Kumar. Give him credit. Takes a lot of guts to get back and get behind this kind of stuff after you've had one whistle past your head, you've had one whistle past your stumps. But he gets right in line and he flicks away for the first boundary of the innings.
Takes his aggregate strike rate up to probably about 45 now as Usman charging in. That one's right in the block hole. Unfortunately, can't do much with it. Yeah, you're saying, Vinny, no, he's pretty sharp. Ali Usman, probably enjoying bowling on a pitch that's giving him a little bit of bounce as well, but with that slingy action, and he actually delivers the ball from sort of tricky spot where you don't get a great read of it early on.
Yeah, it's a weird angle of attack, isn't it?
Good flexible wrist. Really imparts some acceleration. Oh, he struck Krishna Kumar. Well, his tournament's going from bad to worse. That is an awkward spot to be hit.
Oh, the sun's gone away, but the solar plexus is still there. And watch this. Bang! Oh, that'll take it right out of you. You know, he's going to get checked out here, but he probably could just use a minute. That's gutsy stuff from Krishna Kumar. It was Test cricket. He survives the over. It's still very good television. It's not great for his rib cage. Right now, it's 6 without loss after 1. He took every bit of the impact of that and just popped out like it just kind of shot a pellet into a pillow. It's 30 matches now without a golden ball as we hit the end of the first over.
I'll tell you what, this powder blue powwow, there's no holds barred activity. Pace bowling of Usman. He's a pretty big weapon for Alton to have at the top of their innings. Well, a pretty good weapon here in the form of Staniczai. And he's taken a fantastic return catch. Well, Alton putting on an absolute show here as Bashir, who copped one in the noggin in the first game, and then he goes first ball. Magnificent stuff from Malia.
Well, I'm happy to see Bashir back out there after he was forced to retire hurt earlier, but he's not out there for long. It's a great catch, isn't it? It's a really, really good catch. Let's check it out, the replay. I thought for a second they might want to check this for a bump ball, but I think it was pretty clear. Check it out here. Yeah, into the left hand.
Just makes the difficult look so easy. I mean, it wasn't a great ball, but just so well balanced at the end of his run up.
What a player. I mean, you might think that's kind of taking the mickey a little bit going one-handed, but you're in your follow through, and you know, if you're really balanced and you can go one hand, sometimes that's easier than trying to bring the other hand across your body. So it's an unfortunate one for Bashir. He's dismissed for the first time of the series, a ball that never hits the ground as he departs at 6 for 1.
Probably not the start that academic Sophia would be after, but got to keep fighting hard here. Krishna Kumar, who's battered and bruised, but still has his wicket intact at the non-striker's end. And I'm saying the wicketkeeper did a good job with the gloves earlier this evening. He's come out to face the music.
Yeah, this will be a good contest as well. That's the thing, I think Simon Hussain, technically, probably the best of the batters, if I'm completely honest. How's he going to go here?
Oh, good ball, just tails in late, and he's ratcheting up the pace here, Staniczai.
I love some of the interaction we're getting as well. I love this. Terry saying, Vinny, you have to remember the rare Swiss Rhino is fueled by chocolate. Now, we did have as close as we've ever come to a disagreement in the commentary box. We've probably done, must be close to 100 games together by now.
Don't get in the way between me and high calorific high sugar products. That one struck him on the pad, probably just in line with the leg stump. Tough call because it wasn't a great ball, but as it is, Hussain, I think that's probably the right call, just not the sort of ball that you typically see an LBW for.
Yeah, well, it hits him on the full, so it takes out the kind of pitching elements. We're looking at hitting in line, and where's it going on to? Sim has a long walk off. That's just good pace. Yeah, it's good fire. Let's try and work this out. Oh, yeah. That's back pad. Hits him in line with leg. It's not missing leg. It's hitting leg. And Sim, unfortunately for him, it's time to go. And it'll be a 2-baller. So 2 ducks already. Derek's had a bit of a workout, but just done by the speed of Malia Staniczai. He's got 2 to go with his half century. 6 for 2, halfway through the second.
Yeah, Derek might be asking for a bit of loading, the amount of work that he's had to do today. Shedding a few kilos out here at ECL 2024. Same as he looks like a dejected figure walking back to the dressing room. As you said, Vinny, one of the well-credentialed batters in this academic side. Needed a few runs from him. As it is, now got the skipper Mishra stepping up to the plate. 2 wickets down, only 6 runs on the board. Things going downhill very quickly for the boys from Bulgaria.
Mishra, he'll be up for the fight. Tries to fight fire with 5, but misses out. Also interesting, Paul is in the chat. Hello, Paul. Good to see you, as always. Said he has Alton favourites for the group, but he thinks that Old Victorians might be favourites to meet them tomorrow. To beat them tomorrow.
Be a tasty clash, that one tomorrow.
Interesting.
Real contrast of styles.
Yes. Kind of clash of cricket and cultures, if you like. A lot of people enjoyed the slow motion of Krishna Kumar. He'll probably enjoy it later on. But straight away, as Stanikzai goes upstairs on Prakash, the master chef. But yeah, keep the interaction coming. Yeah, so to explain, Rhino in the break, we got a gift from Afyon Karasa, which is wonderful. It's beautifully wrapped up. I would rather unwrap it during one of the games tomorrow, but Rhino senses that there's sweets around, and let's just say I'm glad that the second innings got underway, because we might have come to blows had it been 2 or 3 more minutes. Rhino was very aggressive. Like some
absolutely no good reason to keep this thing wrapped up as Stanikzai comes up with a slower ball. Well, I'll tell you what, you said it was Mishra the master chef. It's more like Hell's Kitchen for him at the moment. He's been beaten all ends up on 3 consecutive deliveries, and this is a super start from Alton. Aren't they looking $1 million at the moment?
It's a double wicket maiden in that over. Yeah, he's been more maidens than Farmer wants a wife, really, through day 1 of Group C. CC Academic 1 single point with the win. I'm probably not going to overhaul all Victorians on that run rate, but I think now, considering this start, you're refocusing on that 107 and picking up points along the way. We saw Hudinga actually lose their first 3 games, but then be able to build a run that ultimately went all the way to the final. In fact, be leading in the final, even with 5 overs to go in the match. But
can I ask you, as the stats guru, Maximo, and I'm not sure you'll have an immediate answer to this
I'll try.
Alton, looking like coming up with a pretty decisive win here. Could they be in the position where they have the highest net run rate ever at an ECL after this game?
Do you mean ever or after a day?
After a day. So at least playing 2 games.
I think they got some... Well, ECL's an interesting one. That's fast, by the way. And Krishna Kumar, once away from his body, it'll be a top ball. Again, when do you yank him here? Or do you just try and say, look, now you're building confidence or you're breaking confidence? You can come out and bat 6 next game and face some sort of medium pace and feel like a millionaire. And right now, I don't know, tough place to be. Usman. And before that even reached him, I knew it was going to be trouble.
Tell you what, that's a well-directed short ball from Usman, and Krishna Kumar's only just got that battered solar plexus out of the line of the ball.
Louise.
My legs are shaky just up here.
I mean,
in the
Krishna Kumar has watched his partner be carted off earlier on. It's a bit of the old facing Lillian Thompson or the West Indies quicks of the 70s at the moment. Anyway, credit to him. Again, I love the way he comes back, though. He's battling. I mean, it's not great for the run rate. That's the thing. But I do love the contest. You know, he's battled. He has hit a 4 off Usman, don't forget. Gets 1. I was going to say the only difference I can think of the higher run rate might have been Carlton, who took on the Turks 2 years ago, Carlton of Scotland. I do have the highest net run rate a team ever was. I'll give that to you in a second.
Another decent ball, but that's a cracking shot from Mishra. Punched out to the point boundary.
Well, I hope Mishra's got his affairs in order, because I don't think the next one will be pitched up as much. This is a great shot from Prakash, though. Just gets bat on it, and of course, with the pace of the ball, it flies. Hits it into the pitch, kind of checks the shot. Yeah, well played, though, by Prakash. Gets 4 runs.
I reckon Usman might have seen him stepping out to leg and suspect this one might be rammed into his chest. There you go.
Mishra, smart. Play for the Bulgarian dodgeball team there, the way he got out of the line in that one. 11 for 2 with the ball to go in the 3rd. Yeah, so Malta Super Kings in Malta won 200 to 6 all out, and their net run rate was plus 19.4. So that was big. I think it was 11.5 earlier on for Alton. Not quite as the biggest. This one somehow misses the stumps. End of another quiet power play.
Good umpiring.
Yeah,
Good umpiring.
Prakash doesn't break stride. And Still a dangerous one to do. But it'll be the end of the over. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, tell you what, Mishra had every intention of getting to the non-striker's end.
I mean, he does pause, and maybe they call over. So he does at least pause. Probably should have been looking as well.
Yeah.
But also, Usman doesn't really want the stumping. I think that's a case. Because Shahid really feeling like Usman deserved another wicket and was willing to manufacture it.
I mean, he's one of the most cheerful, well-liked players on the Swiss scene, Wilridu, so I'm sure he had no hesitation in attracting the appeal anyway, despite the desire to get his fast bowler yet another wicket.
Yeah, 6:05. If you dial that number in America, you'll get South Dakota. And that's the power play. Going back to static side here. No. They'll make a change. It's Dion the Rock Johnson to bowl the 4th.
Rock on the button straight away. 112. Wasn't that an R&B band back in the day?
Yeah, it might be. Hey, I don't see the sense of leaving Krishna Kumar out there when you consider if you could get something out of this game. I guess they'll be hoping a new bowler. He survived the opening assault, but I just don't think you're doing him too many favours leaving him out there.
Oh, well, he's managed to time that.
Never doubted him. I never doubted him. Well, I say some of those blows only make you stronger, and he puts this one up and away. Maximal. Well, that will give him some confidence. I'd hate to see him stuck out there while the game drifts away, and then kind of denting his confidence when he could play another role in this team. You could shuffle him down to 5 or 6. We saw that with Lala in the Czech team, for example, Prague CC. Oh, wow.
Doesn't it show the difference? I mean, Dion Johnson is not slow by any stretch. In fact, he's actually quite zippy, but just saw on that previous ball that just that extra 5Ks of pace that the two openers
doesn't
have.
help it again. He's on the front foot.
Yeah.
Probably not. It's those habits which you can't really change straight away. And yeah, he's kind of on the forward press there, and he kind of makes his own bed and has to line it.
Very hard to adjust when all your body weight is moving forward.
Yeah.
Johnson spotted it, and it's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah. Bring the fine leg up now.
Still got a slip in place, albeit that deep slip. I like the attacking mindset. Slower ball, and the slip almost comes into play.
Clever bowling, because I wasn't expecting that. I mean, we're living in Spain, the home of the bullfight at the moment. All the neutrals all around the world that have that kind of bloodlust. They're hoping for more.
Despite the scoreline, it's
been a very entertaining 3.4 overs. Oh no, he's charged him. Oh, and he's put him out of the park as he has. Maximal. Very well, KK. Actually, probably shouldn't say the 3rd K, but it was a pretty good shot up and out of here. Oh, Kushal, Krishna Kumar. I'll have to edit that one out.
Just K.
Yeah, just special. That was
K.
Special K. Oh, wow.
Let's turn to the YouTube chat. We've had Big John Gray has said hello to both Maximo and Rhino. So big hello to you, John.
Hopefully you're well. Special hello to all of our American viewers out there.
Special hello to somebody, just the immensely exquisite chat that we've had today from the YouTube
Where's
fans.
this one going? Johnson's got one more at him. Oh,
short ball, pretty poor one.
Oh, this is great. I mean, if you could wear 2 helmets, and if we had the Grizzly Bear chest pads, it's going to be a no ball. Johnson, with all the theatre of his namesake, the Rock Johnson, he's out there to try and kill the fight.
Yeah, well, let's think through this one. I think Krishna Kumar's seen his slower ball in the earlier over. Does tend to bowl when he's bowling these free hits or needs to get a dot. Loves that change of pace. Wouldn't be surprised to see. There you go.
Very good. Gets none of it.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Maximo. Reading the game like a book, and Jesus, so
I think
much drama.
I gotta say, yeah, he's gonna retire out here. I think either that or he's.
I think Tyrone wants to be informed.
No, he's getting a new bat. I gotta say, this is not good to keep him out there. I know he got one away there, but look at who's on the bench, and look at D'Souza, who was good earlier. Someone like Gangandeep Singh or something like that. I just think he's had 4 overs. I know you're hoping he can turn it around, but meanwhile the point's slipping away. So we've seen it done. Okay, he's cracked his bat and he's going to get a new bat. And by the way, I'm a big fan of Kushal Krishnakumar. Really enjoyed his 100. I watched it. Nobody's capable of. And right now, I think he's not the best option to be there. With 8 wickets in hand, 6 overs to go. Look, it can backfire. We saw that with Davitsi. They retired him after a spell where he only scored 22 off 18 in 5 over period. And then no one else stepped up. But you'll never know unless you get them out there. Anyway, here's Mishra on strike. Spots a wide first up from Ryan Stanikzai, who's on to bowl over number 5.
It's been a Stanikzai fest at the moment.
And also, he could ice his ribs quicker if he gets off the field straight away.
Yeah, I suspect he'll be in a bit more pain tomorrow morning than he probably is feeling at the moment. When he gets to the Sunset Beach, he might be heading to the level 6 bar to get some ice cubes.
Maybe.
Oh, Stanikzai's got a couple of shockers to start his over.
Yeah, pretty good backing up or fronting up, whatever you might call that. Him and Bashir will be able to compare bruises and be able to compare tales about their opening day in the European Cricket League.
That's some social media content for the academic feeds. Well, might just seem like an innocent over here from Rehan Stanikzai, but Alton trying to search for what their best combination of 5 or maximum 6 bowlers is, particularly with him bringing the left arm pace. They'd love to see him in good form. Bowled very well in the earlier game against the Turkish team. That's a much better delivery.
Alton, this is a term we coined in the Barcelona series where teams would play 2 games in a day. They're chasing the octopus. Of course, an 8-point day.
Oh.
If you can get to 4 pointers. Might be calamari on the menu. We'll find out.
Favourites for it at the moment. Stanikzai gets another one to go through. Reasonable pace. Krishna Kumar continuing what has been a fairly torturous day with the bat, this young star.
Well, Birdie is in the chat. Hello, Richard. Saying he's enjoying having a great Antipodean duo in the comms box for a change. Of course, he has listened to me and Corey. But feels this is the right combination. Right now, they're searching for the right combination. They think Krishna Kumar is part of it. He swats a boundary leg side.
He's clearly got some capability, Vinny, as you said. I mean, you don't hit a century in ECS without being able to wield a bat. He's played some nice shots when he's had the chance, but it really struggles when he's
4 runs.
when he's facing anything with a bit of zip short of a length.
Yeah,
when it's on his front foot, he's okay.
Yeah, look, I learned this the hard way as well, because if you go up the levels of cricket, you might be disproportionately good at one level over others, but there might be others that can handle a better level better than you. And that's very, very true with batting. Very true with batting. I'm not saying you can't handle it. It's just had a tough day, especially this kind of format you expected to go at 2 a ball minimum. So it's not just about surviving, it's finding a way to score. It's a nice shot though.
Oh, that one's popped up. Might have been put out of his misery, but unfortunately he hasn't made good enough connection, and even the athleticism, Dion Johnson can't create a catch.
Yeah, look, had the good jump on that down there, Johnson, but never carried to him. Over to Prakash, who does have 1 boundary to his name. Couple to come in the 5th over.
Rehan goes for the change of pace. Mishra
overrun
swings
it.
down the ground. My goodness, that is a dirty bit of fielding from a very good fielder. Dion Johnson just showing the downside of frankly being too fast for your own good.
That's exactly right. He's off to the races and then just couldn't reverse his momentum. We've seen this happen. It bounces, the ball slows down, the fielder doesn't slow down. Mishra moves to 8.
Stanikzai gone for 12, 1 ball left in this over. Short of a lane, cramps Mishra for room. Goes through to Waridu with the gloves, and it's a pretty successful first batch of overs. So halfway through this innings, 36 for 2.
Well, welcome back into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now, this is what was causing controversy earlier. Big thank you to Afyon Karaisa, who have given us some Turkish treats. We're not going to open those tonight because we'll do that tomorrow, Rhino. But I've got to say, Alton, very, very kind. They've gifted us some Alton merch. So I think they've got one for me. They've got one for Rico as well. Oh, I've got one for me to share. I know that you're a Costco man, so I'm not going to spend that one on you.
See, I did wonder whether or not this was taking the mick and trying
thank
to
you very
get
much.
me to
But
wear an Alton shirt.
listen, I am going to give you a gift. It's not permanent, but I'm going to introduce you, because it's a bit chilly at this time of night, to my
saw you
my
playing with
USB hand warmers. By the way, I bought Corey a set of these.
Yep.
He left them in the Netherlands because he said he didn't think he'd need them, and he's begged me every night. And these will change your life.
That's quite a nifty. It almost feels like an iPhone that started to get overheated.
And so far, we haven't had one start on fire. Tell you who was on fire was Usman in the power play, really giving the old-fashioned working over of Krishna Kumar in particular. But I've got to say, it's gutsy stuff, these contests. I know it's not great on the scoreboard. We talked about a few things tactically, such as do you retire people out, where do you bat people? And they've decided the same opening combination here. It's a tough one, but I think when you're faced with tough decisions, if you're not sure, humans will normally revert to not making a decision. So I think you see there, probably thinking, look, do we, don't we? Okay, we're not sure, just let the game drift. But I think, meanwhile, you've kind of let the game, okay, game's probably gone, but the 107, the point, has drifted out as well. And I think, I just hate the idea of not obtaining a result while there were tools that you haven't used. And someone like a D'Souza sitting on the bench in the first half, it's just criminal for me, because he really lit it up. And now, don't think about it from Krishna Kumar's point of view, because it's a bit harsh on him. What about D'Souza sitting on the bench? It just doesn't sit right.
Him the opportunity.
Yeah, we're starting to see it come more and more. I think it's hard. It's a hard one to swallow, I suppose, if you've faced the music, and obviously he's worn a couple of blows. But I think Bulgaria hasn't been the right strategy so far as who to get to the crease. And look, Mishra's out there at the moment, the captain, and he might be having a word to Krishna Kumar, such as, let's go for everything now, because 36 in the first half, they need 71 off the second half to get a point.
So, back to the game, a little bit of strategy.
Yeah.
I'm actually really curious to see Jamal Stanik's bowl tonight.
Yes.
Because he was very good in just slowing the ball down, giving you a bit of flight in the early game. I suspect he's going to be really useful in these night games where there's probably a little bit of moisture floating around on the pitch, probably quicken his speed up and just get the ball to shoot through off this cardboard deck. And thinking ahead, if Alton can make their way through the final, I think his leg spin could be a big factor.
Here he is now. Gone really well before. I love actually the super slow-mos of just the spin on his stop delivery.
The revs.
Yeah, the revs. Watching it really talk. He'll enjoy the bounce as well. Krishna Kumar really got to go for it now.
There's that one, you can just see it kiss the surface and not grip quite as much as it did during the daytime as the throw comes in from mid-off. But he's a tricky customer in these sort of conditions. Stanik's eye. Some good young leg spinners around Switzerland, actually. You remember Tahir Khan Ahmadzai from Kosnay, who's sort of in the batch with Jamal Stanik's eye for sort of that next crop of leggies coming through.
Very good bowler.
Great to see. It's such a bonus for a skipper to have a leg spinner with good control and wicket taking ability, part of a T10 unit.
I don't know. This is an annoying innings to watch for me. Just got to think of what they've got up their sleeve that they're not using. A little push there. Hey, yeah, maybe you want to take a ball to look at Stanik's eye, but you need 14 and over to try and get a point.
Indeed. Krishna Kumar, will he use his feet to try to get out as it is? Drops short, but shoots through on him a touch, so he can't control the pull shot as well as he would have liked, just for the one.
Because
so
I'm
what do you
generous,
actually call these, Maximo? These heaters?
I've actually put the link in the comment section. I do not have a commercial relationship, unfortunately, with this company, but for places where it gets chilly, it's pretty handy. I think we just called these USB hand warmers. Well, a member of our crew who's remain nameless. Now these ones, they go for about 30 euros, probably about 50 Australian dollars. Member of our crew who's remain nameless, who's notoriously cheap. Yes, that could be anyone. Anyway, this is going to be swept away. It's going to be 4. Mishra moves in double figures. Nice shot. Just actually has a bit more intent with this compared to the other ball that he faced earlier in the over. And he'll finish it with a boundary. It's 43 for 2 after 6. Yeah, but he bought some off a website for, I think, about a tenth of that price, about maybe €5. I believe they may have caught on fire.
I wouldn't be messing around with this sort of product.
No.
I would think it's worth a bit of premium payment to not have something that would spontaneously combust on me.
Yeah. Well, not burning to death is pretty important to me.
It's very hard to be an effective member of the blue crew.
But isn't it very Corey
that
that I've given it as a gift? Don't remember the last time that Corey gave me a gift. Gave a pair to Rico. Rico loves his, of course. Very responsible. A few questions to think about Rico. He's off today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Missed the dulcet tones of Rico Full.
He'll be back
today. Oh, geez, that's a good ball. Johnson just getting one to hit back off the deck.
We have to stagger our efforts a little bit in the commentary box here. Probably don't have as many commentators as some tournaments around the world. Not quite as big as some others as far as the budget goes, but actually bigger as far as the amount of games played.
Tell you what, the bang for the buck in terms of quality and entertainment, though, is something else.
We hope so. Often say, we'll give you double your money back if you're not satisfied. Keeping ECN free throughout the year.
Oh, good change of pace for Johnson, and Warridu keeps it in front. A good piece of keeping, and Johnson, he's got a very good slower, but we saw him use it previous over to get rid of the free hit.
Jordan O'Brien is piping up. I think we'll see him in Group D for Empire. Saying, come on, Vinny, it's probably plus 10. I'm not saying I need them. I'm just saying they're making my life a little bit better.
Short ball, cannons through. Jordan O'Brien, I've never met him before, but we're connected on social.
Lovely guy, Jordan.
Good Brisbane boy. So the fact that he's from Brisbane, he plays for Finland, that's ticking a few boxes in my book.
Yeah, your partner's finished, right?
Yep. Quite looking forward to exchanging some broken finish with him during the course of the coming days.
Can I just say, Krishna Kumar, love you, but you shouldn't still be out there.
Let's get out.
Oh, there we go. Up in the air. Going, and he gets 6. Well, maybe I should keep saying that every ball, because every time I've said he's come to the party with a boundary, he's 30 off 27. That one almost brought the rain on a fairly starry night here at the Cardimer Oval.
I'm going to christen that a Maximone. The groans in the commentary box. The ball eventually going for 6, but we thought there was a decent chance that Krishna Kumar might be on his way back to the pavilion, but even the athleticism of Stanek, so I can't keep it in the field
The
to play.
Maximone. I mean, I wish him well while he's out there. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Tell you what, he's timed that, but he's cracked it straight to the fielder, who I think may have actually put his foot on the rope. In fact, that's great sportsmanship, already signalling the boundary.
Yeah, he does. So he does just step on the rope. Yeah, that's good sportsmanship down there. Can't doubt that at all from Naim Stanek's eye. See,
that's actually really good to see.
Yeah,
really good to see.
He's already got the ball there, does he?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, yep.
It's okay, you need to
very good stuff. Good umpiring as well. Sometimes we've got the technology, but sometimes the information you need is at hand. And Krishna Kumar, 6 and 4, hungry to keep me quiet.
Every time Sandhu sledges him,
get him off.
Just as you start to give you a few boxes.
I mean, look, if you have Warridu here, you're not trying to stump him. Let's get to 7, 53 for 2. You tell me, I'm just getting grumpy, and it might have been my 7th day in a row, and even God rested on the 7th. Let's have a look.
You know what I think could cure that?
Go on.
A bit of Turkish confectionery.
For tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we've got CC Academic up first against Gamblers SC. Battle of the O's. It's Old Victorians versus Alton in match 2. And then what could be a battle for survival, the way things are piping up at the moment. Afyon Karaisa, SHS versus CC Academic Sophia. It's a mouthful. It'll be an eyeful as well in match 8. Join myself, Rico Full, and Andrew Ryan tomorrow as we take you through day 2 of Group C, the start of week 2 of our ECL 24.
Battle of the A teams in one way, shape or form there. That third game as Jamal gives the ball a bit of air and Mishra steps across the off, swings hardily, makes good contact. It's boundary.
Everyone's into me. You've started something now because Mr. Maximone is trending.
Is it trending on the chat?
I'm a positive person, and by the way, I'm definitely not against Kushal here. but they've just let this game die. I mean, you only get four games potentially, and it can be adios.
Where is Kevin D'Souza?
I just don't think
that should be
I don't think
trending
it's
on
right
the
for
chat.
the other players in the lineup.
Oh, lovely ball, bit of air. Judged that it's just drifting down the leg side. I'd love to see a replay of this one.
Yeah, it looked like it was drifting. I'm not so sure it was turning back. It goes late. Look at this. And hits him actually on the full, and it's on the back leg. Good decision from Tyrone Peters.
Really did get a little bit of drift down leg, showing the revolutions that Static's Eyes putting on the ball. That one's actually down leg side, and well, skipper will redo. I'll probably give him a minor death stare for that one.
Well, one thing that Krishna Kumar has on his side is the left-handedness, and Static Zai just doesn't make the adjustment. Now it'll cost him 5. To give you an idea, they need 44 off 16.
Not impossible.
For the point, right? 44 off 16. But they shouldn't be in this position. If you replace him with what you'd imagine would be an average strike rate, they probably have maybe 32 off 16 or 30 off 16 at this stage. That's what the point I'm trying to make. He's just got to kind of read the game.
Oh, uses his feet. Lovely shot.
Oh, you know what? Krishna Kumar, you can thank me later. Every time I've tried to hook you, you've bit back. Well, credit to him. He keeps playing his shots. He's trying. Thumbs up from the dressing room. He moves to 38.
Tell you what, I think it's more the length that troubles him, and he's got some lovely shots where he can get onto the front foot and play straight down the ground. It's more just the bounce and pace that he seems to be less comfortable with. Bit of a challenge being thrown down Static's Eye. Gotten after him this over. It's a good ball. He's managed to get that one popped up. Thought Dion Johnson was going to run in for a spectacular catch. Probably not the amount of effort I would have expected from him.
49 balls, the most ever faced by one batter in an innings. That was Syed Shafat Ali. I suppose the difference was that he scored 150. This could be a 40 plus, the way things are going.
Nice ball, bit of air from Static's Eye, but dragged across, and just be the single as Mishra gets Krishna Kumar back on strike.
Hello to Adrian Dunbar. I think we'll probably see him for Starigrad, the Serbian qualifiers, a bit later in the tournament.
Great to have the Serbian team.
Serbia, Isle of Man, and Slovenia, the 3 countries added. Who were
Thanks,
part of ACL last year.
That one's just not well controlled by the left-handed batter, but
if he was Super Mario, he's flashing right now. Can't get out. He can't get him.
He's trying to.
He's resistant to all modes of dismissal. That's the end of the 8th. He's still there. It's 70 for 2. Could have been caught. Maybe could have been run out. Neither.
Yes, luck is on his side in one way, less so in others in this innings. But fair play to Academic. After a tough start, they fought their way through. 70 runs on the board against a powerful Alton bowling lineup.
So 37 off 2 then for the point.
And I'll tell you what, if Krishna Kumar thought it was going to get easier, they've decided to bring the velocity of Malia back for his second over.
One more in, one more.
Wouldn't be surprised if
Dial
actually
one.
part of this is actually, or I wouldn't be surprised if Malia launches about 4 slower balls in this over, just a bit of practice for bowling at the back end.
I'd be saving the slower balls for another game. I'm going for the kill here. Give me 1-800 Kevin. You need 37 off 2.
Hashtag,
All right.
where is D'Souza?
All right, here we go with over number 9.
Right in the block hole. It's a good bit of fielding. Yasso shies at the stumps. Excellent work from the opening bat.
Look, your opening batter out there. He's the one guy you'd want to take on the pace. That's what you should be feeling. All right, and this ECL, well, tonight at least, or today, just hasn't been able to conquer the paces, has he? Krishna Kumar. Till now, as he puts it out of the ground. Well, I'm playing Krishna Kumar into form, 1 moan at a time. Maximum for me, and 46 for Kumar.
He's going to end up with a half-ton here, despite your sledging.
Tell you what, if he had the commentary on his ear, he'd be raising the bat towards me and probably another gesture, but look, he's still there. 46 off 34.
Are you trying to turn academic into your version of Rutgers versus Hornchurch?
Not trying to. I just want to see people have a good time. It didn't seem like he's having a good time, but obviously he's now. 77 off 10 for the game. He's at 31 off 10.
Faced enough balls to get his eye in.
I hope so. Also had his ribs caved in a couple of times, but here's the comeback from Stanik's eye.
Oh, swung straight down the crowd. Pretty decent shot.
Oh.
And, we'll have a look at a replay there. It looks like he's high-toed it around the boundary.
Not just that, the other field, it was like a car veering off the road. He's caused the other traffic to run off the road as well. I don't think he ever touches the rope here. Fine, fine, fine. But look at this. Whoa, please don't throw it. Good fielding. Mishra gets the strike back.
Mishra 18 off 14. Dare say, he's probably the man you should be calling to be retired, more so than Krishna Kumar. He's really struggled to find the boundary.
True.
The skipper doesn't seem too inclined to retire himself at the moment.
Pull the ripcord.
Short ball, gets it upstairs. So one for the over.
Yeah. Static side, what a game. He's played so well.
Definitely one of the more dominant performances in an ECL contest.
It'll be the bouncer for the over, it won't be a wide.
Oh, full ball. And he gets punished. Mishra swings it away, backward of square. It's a boundary for him. And Academic just chugging their way towards three figures here. 81 for 2. One ball left in the ninth. But actually, we've made an error here, Vinny. We should have said it all happens in the ninth.
It does all happen in the ninth, yeah. And everyone in the chat, Adrian talking about some of the teams you might meet. Include the German team in there. Slower ball. Here went bouncer. Bouncer. Then full attempted Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Slower ball. So now 81 for 2 off 9. Again. Can I have one more moan? And then I'm done.
Go for it.
They need 26 off this last over. And that's a lot. And they haven't batted guys like D'Souza's the obvious one, but even Gagandeep Singh, Sulat, guys that are out and out hitters, haven't got a chance. And to me, it's
criminal.
It's criminal. I wouldn't say criminal, but I'd hold them civilly liable. And
negligent,
yeah,
maybe?
I want to see them go as far as they can in the tournament. So when I see them not using resources, then that's what frustrates me. It's not against anyone personally or anything like that. It's just purely from a cricket point of view, because they should be in the frame to get this point. And I mean, look, if he lights it up now, what does he know? They need 26. If he launches the next 5 out of the ground, then order me an extra slice of humble pie, because I'll say I was wrong all along.
Might be making a trip to the same bakery that Corey Rutgers was after Hornchurch took the group last night. Rahan Stanik's eye. He had a great day with the bat. Plenty of lusty blows.
All right.
Big left-hander.
Time to be a hero. Krishna Kumar off 47.
Oh, well, he's hit it high. Not controlled, though, and should have been an easy catch.
The guy is flashing. He's Super Mario flashing.
Got the immunity cloak.
There wasn't 1 second I thought that was going to be caught. Class A goober stuff. But he'll move to 48.
That might be a worse drop than Chugtai's earlier in the...
It might be. You can always blame the lights, but I don't think Rahat Stanik's eye is too thrilled about it. Mishra gets the strike back. 25 off 5.
Steps away.
Oh,
wide. Oh.
I reckon that was a wide, you know.
Would have kept it interesting.
Yeah, Tyrone. He's been too cold.
A bit cold.
I mean, if he wants to move the arms, he could have always moved them to the traditional wide position. He backs away. That grabs a fair bit of the tram line. Redo frames the pitch. Tyrone, the look of a man that wants to get back on the bus.
Speeding, good bowling from Stanik's eye. Mishra just continuing to back away. Touch just not really giving himself a good chance on those offside balls.
Yeah, you know, I love all these guys. I know them pretty well, but it's probably one of the most disappointing innings I've seen in the ECL. To only use 4 players and to fall so short. I know the guys out there have tried their best, but sometimes you've got to make the tough calls, and they haven't here. Be a wide. Tyrone can be bothered signalling. This time he can.
It's good to see he stretch the shoulders on that occasion. A wry grin on his face.
Chris Webster, good to see you in the chat as well. And Adrian Dunbar and Chris Webster have some experience with Indo-Bulgarians. We'll talk about the Finns that are coming. Empire CC, a load of non-carrot. Yeah, Finns got some good players in there. 3 to come.
It's a good line from static side. The Dharma coming around the wicket. That's if you can get it in that spot. It's just tailing back into
Combine their stats. Combine it. 70 off 56. 70 off 56 at a strike rate of 125.
I'll leave you to guess Maximo's feelings on that topic.
7.5 and over.
Oh, Mishra has gone the big swing across the line. He's going to survive again. This is incredible, this partnership.
Well, look, Krishna Kumar, he needs 2 here. He's going to end up raising the bat. I don't know. They might cheer him off. I don't know. It's been a long day. We've done five matches. I don't know what to believe anymore. And Prakash, he'll get a cheeky little red inker here. Just 69 required off this last ball. 2 if Krishna Kumar. I mean, is it a win? All right, here we go. Last ball.
Moral victory.
The one time. Oh, Tyrone!
It's called wide.
He's calling it wide now. Well, he's squared it up good and proper, hasn't he? He's saying...
Gee, that's good officiating.
Sense of theatre. He has a glance up at the scoreboard. Says Krishna Kumar. He knows it's not a wide, Tyrone. He knows it. And it's a square up fair on the over. And he's saying, look, this guy, he's brought 2 or 3 cracked ribs. You've scared him silly. Let's give him a crack at it. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, it's great.
Last chance for Krishna Kumar. He's living a charmed life.
Oh,
he gets ripped.
Cleaned him up. Well, static side. He'll love that one for the switch. Look at the look on the big man's face.
What a finish. Oh, it just keeps on coming. Even in a game when they need 60 odd to win. Raihan, might give Tyrone a kiss on the way out because he provided an extra ball that probably should have never happened, and he'll end up with a wicket. 1 for 16 off his 2. But it's a disappointing chase. Look, it's one thing not to make it. I just think it's really, really disappointing that they don't get someone like Kevin D'Souza. He's made a lot of runs for this club to get them here, and he doesn't get a bat. And in the end, 67 runs will split these 2. Alton, 152. And CC Academic Sophia, 85. And Alton, they do grab an octopus on their first day of ECL 24.
Yeah, things couldn't have gotten much better for them today. A lot of their stars really getting a good hit with the bat, and Paceman looking sharp with the ball. Malia, he's got some momentum for his tournament. Such an important player. But all round, they've looked very, very good and have set themselves up for a play on day 2 to put themselves in pole position for finals day. Unfortunately for Academic Sophia, they are now none from 2, and despite playing some pretty gutsy cricket at times, having to put up with the barrage of sledging from Maximo in the commentary box, they still haven't got a point on the board.
Yeah, I think I'm missing being behind the stumps. But look, hey, gutsy is one way to put it. That was a brilliant catch. Let's not forget that by Malia Stanicsai. And 1 would become 2 very, very soon after. Simon Sain just misses the ball that hits him in line with the stumps, and he had to go without scoring, but then it brought together. I don't want to call them the slow bros because maybe that's a little bit unkind, because they were trying to get something going. But you want to talk gutsy cricket, a couple of balls in the guts as well. Prakash just uses every available second as Shahid Waridu. That's a little yelled sneaky, but tell you what, be careful what you wish for, because these 2, to be honest, they let the game drift out of hand. They weren't prepared to make the hard call. They weren't prepared to bring a bit more of an X-Factor player out there. And Indo-Bulgarians walk away with 0 points from match 5.
Or even Academic Sophia walking away.
Yeah, Tyrone.
Maximo just so focused on Indo-Bulgarian.
He's getting too tired to signal a wide, but then he got the old sympathy pangs off the very last ball when he would not call a wide. He would call a wide, give him one more chance to bring up the 50. Krishna Kumar uses every inch of the 10 overs to score 48. And Alton, well, I'll be pretty happy. Can't do too much better than 8 points out of 8. Tyrone might need those hand warmers down there. He looked a bit chilly towards the end, didn't he? And went cold with the bats, didn't they? CC Academics Sophia, after having to face some fire early, they come up well short in the chase.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you look at that lineup in the middle order: D'Souza, Zaru, Sulat, and Chugtai and Singh. There are some boys who can hit some big balls in there. And yeah, I tend to agree with Maximo. Mishra and Krishna Kumar have soaked up a lot of deliveries there, but to be fair, they fought hard. Took that total to 85 for 3. Unfortunately, not able to get to the bonus point amount. So ultimately, an unsuccessful day for them. But they will be back to fight another day, and they're still in the mix for the finals day of this group.
Yeah, and for the Alton attack, they're out for a mixture of kind of aggression and wickets as well. 2 for 11, including a maiden for Malia Stanikzai. Took a great return catch. 1 for 16. Raihan Stanikzai finally broke the partnership, if you want to call it that, off the very last ball of the night. But everyone pretty tight there. Unfortunately for the Bulgarians, they just could not really get anything going. And look, maybe the extras, something to be a little bit concerned about with the 14 extras in there. But that's a summary of match 5, with all 4 points going to Alton, the Swiss champions. Well, let's welcome you back one more time into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Been a great day of cricket. I mean, every group's going to bring a different flavour. It's all, I suppose, a rich tapestry of this ECL. You're seeing a side like Afyon Karaisa, SHS, the Turkish champions, and their enthusiasm in the field. I know they're batting, obviously, setting records for the wrong reasons, but I would love their enthusiasm. Obviously, great to see Alton back in their 3rd campaign. Can they kind of even push to the group final this time? They haven't actually made a group final before. And, you know, you've got other teams like the Old Victorians, their first trip here. Gamblers, their first trip as well. Not into Bulgarians, I should say. Academic Sophia. You know, some players we've seen before, but as a team coming for the first time. Pretty interesting first day.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, as you said, the rich tapestry, the boys from Turkey were so impressive. And I don't think we're just talking it up for the sake of it. Their work with the ball and in the field was actually really, really good. And obviously, they've still got a little bit of work to do as far as the batting. It's a tough technical skill to learn how to bat in cricket, but so much potential in their group. But I think we've learnt a lot from the others. Old Victorians will be much better tomorrow. I think we saw some improvement from them from the first to the second game. Gamblers, they started off very well. Plenty of power in their lineup and some good left and right arm pace. Alton, geez, they look like the most dangerous side here, and if they click...
Early bolters haven't qualified in either group so far. There's the fixtures for tomorrow. 5 more matches coming your way. Join us from 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Just quickly, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there for being so interactive. It's been great to have you with me for the first time. Not the last time, though, because I know we've got you here for Groups C and D. So settle in, Rhino. Rico, hope he had a great day off. He will be back. And I also want to say a very happy Liberation Day one more time to everyone in Bulgaria. I know it's a big day on the calendar. If you are watching on YouTube, it'd be great if you like the video and also subscribe to the channel ECN European Cricket Network. It's free cricket all year for 49 weeks on the calendar. Maybe more soon, who knows? The rate we're going, it might be more than 52 weeks before you know it. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Actually crashed the Facebook page because of the interest in this ECL. But the others, they're still up and they're still available. Finally, don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. And that's where you'll find all the fixtures, stats, squads, and standings. Last word, Andrew Ryan?
Yep, big day tomorrow. We're going to lose one of these teams. I'm not sure who it is at the moment. I think the Turks could surprise the Academics tomorrow in the battle for that 4th place.
Well, it's still to be written. That's the great thing about this tournament. And don't forget, after this, there's still 4 groups to go and the Championship Week. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, and the most important thing, stay here. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket League. Here's the best bits of Group C, Day 1. For now, it's hasta mañana.